Welcome to Paranormal M, your gateway to the supernatural. Over here at Paranormal M, we provide you with new stories pretty much every single day. New first-hand accounts. So subscribe, turn on notifications. That way you can embark on a chilling adventure through the latest paranormal tales. We hope you're ready to be immersed into the mysterious. I never believed in the supernatural. Some things are happening. So just for context, I'm not yet a believer in the supernatural. I always loved science. I'm doing a bachelor's degree in science and technology, and then hopefully graduating in aerospace engineering. So, being a guy like this is something I build into my personality. But some things are happening, and I'm putting the pieces together about certain events that have happened in my life. And I'm a little bit worried. So about the events that happened to me before, and I never really thought about it in the supernatural way, but here goes. When I was little, I lived in a 2-floor house. It was a huge and cold house, even in the summer here in Brazil. I loved that house, and I loved my infancy, even with the traumas that I went through. My dad, on the other hand, hated that house. I'll try to keep the story short, but some context is probably needed. In 2013, my dad was diagnosed with frontotemporal dementia. That means the front part of the brain, and passed away in 2014. Now we think that's some crazy shit he said and done when he lived in that house. When I was a child, what caused his disease? And maybe that it wasn't diagnosed in that time. He was a normal guy, very, very lovable, kind, and most everybody in my city knew him by name. He worked in one of the 3 banks in my city. I live in a small city of about 50,000 people. But he began to act strange. He would freak out some nights. And he would be saying that he hated that house, that there were demons in the 1st floor. All the bedrooms are in the 2nd floor, by the way. My mom never told me that until I was like 18. She always basically had been super protective. I remember that one time he had a panic attack, saying that he heard someone calling him a motherfucker right next to his ear. And that day he began to act like crazy without context. He ran a treadmill that we had for like an hour. He was not, I guess by any stretch of the imagination, an athletic kind of guy. And we had to call his cousin to talk to him after that. That day he was sedated, and we know that something was going on inside his brain. There were a lot of similar stuff that he was doing, but I'll tell those another time. But here's something else. I always thought he was just crazy because of the FTD diagnosis. And every time something hard to explain happened to me, I always find the most parsimonic explanation. One time late at night, I was thinking about my old house. My dad was still alive, and we had recently moved on to my current house, side by side, next to the old house. We heard someone walking in the attic. The only way you can get to the attic is by breaking the roof or getting a ladder, opening a locked metal door outside the house. The steps were right above my bedroom. That night I was scared. I was like 14 at the time. I tried to wake up my dad. And he was depressed back then, under strong medication. Didn't wake up. My mom said it was fine and it must be a cat or something. Told me that I should sleep with my father. And she was going to sleep in my room. When I was almost sleeping, I began to hear scratching noises in the wall, just beside me. I was scared and prayed, and it stopped. Yeah, I prayed a lot. There was other strange things that happened to me. But what brings me to this subreddit and ask for you guys' advice is something that happened yesterday. Last week, me and my girlfriend watched 824, a movie called Heredity. And I loved it. She always believed in the supernatural, and after we watched the movie, I always joke about spirits and demons to scare her. Not super scared, just so we both laugh. The last Monday she was sleeping over, woke up to go to the bathroom. I said to her as a joke, "Be careful with Payman. He may be taking a dump." She was a little nervous. She said she didn't care about me talking about spirits, but the theme just freaked her out. She got goosebumps for hearing the name of one of the Goeta demons. Then, because of the stupid guy that I am, I yelled at the house, "I challenge you to fuck up my life. Bet he can't do it." She got angry and said that she never felt the same walking around my house with the lights off after that. Yesterday she was sleeping over. She works at home, and after she finished the job with her notebook, I was almost sleeping and she went to go take a glass of water to get some sleep with me. I was in that strange between dream and reality. Woke up scared, hearing someone running from the kitchen to my bedroom. Heavy steps. It was her, and she was super scared, almost crying. She said at the moment that she would turn on the light of the kitchen and she saw a very tall shadow standing inside the kitchen table, next to the sink. She couldn't scream and just ran back to the bedroom. I walked her again to the kitchen to show her that it was only her imagination and that everything was fine. But after that, I can't stop remembering my dad's crazy stuff and can't escape the feeling that someone is with me every time. Anyway, I know it was disrespectful with her beliefs joking about Payman, but can this feeling just be a reflection about certain coincidences that just shook my notion of reality a little bit? Or do you guys think that this kind of thing really exists? I doomed myself asking for a king of hell to fuck up my life, huh? Peekaboo, as if your life depends on it. Many years ago, like 20 maybe, there was an entity playing peekaboo around the corner with me on an almost daily basis. I was someone around 10 years old at that time. It went like this. Me sitting in the kitchen doing homework all alone. At the other side of the room was the always open door leading into the corridor, which ended into a T-shaped corridor. At this corner, a black shadow started appearing and watched me around the corner. If I looked at it, it pulled back. If I looked at my paperwork, it peeked out. At first, I thought it was a creepy illusion, but as I tried to ignore it and excessively stared at my books, it came out more and more until basically it was clearly visible, but in the corner of my vision. I looked, went back around the corner, but for a split second, I clearly saw it. I couldn't believe my eyes, and I tried again, placing the book right in front of my eyes. At the corner of my eyes, I could see it again. The shadow began growing bigger and bigger, even blocking out the sunlight from the window behind it. Suddenly, the energy in the room changed. It didn't feel like a game anymore, but more like, I'm in serious trouble. I got up, the shadow hid in the opposite corner of the T. While running away, I threw my book down the hallway and left the house until my mom got back home. But it wasn't done yet. It reoccurred every single day I was home alone for a few weeks, which happened pretty often. Most of the time it felt harmless until I decided to play Peekaboo, or at least that I thought Peekaboo was boring and that it needed to step up its game like going up the stairs. while making extra audible slow footsteps maybe. I started telling my mother if the entity started making noises and stalked me, I would run away, but when I called her, the house went dead silent. I went searching, and of course nobody was there. The moment my escort left the house, it came back. My mom more or less believed me, because my reaction was not like I was making fun of her, but I was in real terror at that time. But what could she do? I've had several face-to-face encounters with this thing over the years, and it was sometimes even worse than this. I think. Coming after me, maybe, making loud trampling noises as I ran. It suddenly stopped after we smoked the whole floor with incense, which sadly took us a long time to figure out. This entire text and this story is like a landmines of errors. These happenings were very creepy and somewhat exhausting. It's pretty far back, but still after all these years, not worse, but definitely one of the worst paranormal experiences I've had with entities. I was digging in the graveyard. It's a few years back, but I want to share this experience I made with you. First, I'm not a grave robber nor a pervert, but I was a construction worker back then. We had to replace an old connector water pipe from the great church in our city with a new one. Around the church there was a lot of green lawn, which, as we were about to learn, was used as a graveyard from the richer citizens from 1100 to 1800. The thing is, the ground there is very clayey, which brings the dissolving of a human skeleton to a halt. This, mixed with the old grave-digging habits from the people back then, led to our excavator digging out lots and lots of human bones as soon as it got deeper than 1 meter. It was pretty awkward as our construction team was just standing there staring while the excavator unearthed whole skeletons. And in that process, they would cut them all in half, because in real life, bones aren't still connected like they are in cartoons and such. Me, as the trainee back then, got the job to pick the bones from the earth pile the excavator created, while my 3 coworkers just stood there refusing to touch anything. I stood there wearing gloves, taking up bones and a complete skull, brushing them with more or less, trying to brush them clean, I guess, and collecting them on a piece of cardboard until the archaeologists showed up on the site. They took photos, told us some facts of when the place was a graveyard before taking off again. After the work was done, we threw everything back in before the holes got filled up. The paranormal thing about this was that as soon as I started working at the bones, I felt like being watched. Not only by my colleagues, but also by the dead. Not necessarily the ones I was holding in my hands, though. At some point, I was even able to see them, but only from the corner of my eye. I was around paranormal things since forever, you could say. I saw 2 people standing right next to the hole watching as I did my thing, but they disappeared as soon as I turned my head. At first, they seemed to be upset. Gestures, I didn't hear them, but as they noticed I was very careful and respectful, at least with the remnants, they stood there watching me. After that, they disappeared. But I saw them again. They reappeared in the same style on the always free back seats of our car as we handed back to the apartment. Headed. I was the only one seeing them, but my coworkers were a little bit creeped out by the fact that I touched human bones without hesitating. The phenomenon stopped after I prayed for his souls later on. It's a fun job, but not the only weird experience. Weird happenings on the road. This all happened in Germany somewhere around 2009 or 2010. It's a thing that pretty much terrified me as it happened. It was directly targeted at me, but sadly I'm still unaware of what it really was. A pretty long time I had to ride my old scooter to the train station every morning. It was a pretty long journey for a vehicle, especially one that was only able to drive 30 miles an hour, kilometers per hour, and led me through, most of the time, pitch black forest with a castle on top of it. I don't know if it actually has anything to do with the scenario that unfolded one morning. I was on my way through the forest as a lone car appeared in my rearview window. I thought nothing of it as the car directly positioned itself behind me and started flashing its lights. At first I was confused, but then I became more and more terrified. The road was free, and we were the only two on the road. At first I thought he tried to warn me, so I slowed down, tried to see the car. But I was totally blinded by its high beams, which went on and off viciously. I was totally blind. All of my mirrors were completely white. I became more and more terrified. Was he going to rob me or something? I drove to the right and stopped my scooter as the car engine began just behind me. It was howling. I saw him overtaking me in the mirror. As I turned around on my scooter, I only saw a dark forest which went completely silent. The lights and all were gone. There was no way for him to drive off. I stopped the engine to hear something, but everything also was too silent. Afterwards, on my way home, another strange thing happened. On my way home, I had to cross a very long bridge. On the way, I noticed a few cars coming my way. A red Volkswagen, a black Toyota, and a silver Ford. I clearly saw them in the mirror overtaking me, but outside the mirror, only the VW and the Ford drove past me. It was completely random that I noticed it. The black Toyota was gone. Did you guys experience similar things? Not too sure about it, but some people claim that especially the Autobahn is a place where you can encounter many things that are not normal. Faceless woman at mall entrance. Okay, so I'm going for a night out to have dinner with my fiance at a restaurant. It's in a big mall close to home, Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. We're in the car chatting and making our way there. There's a parking structure at this mall, and to get there, you have to pass by the main street entrance on a thin one-lane path. I have a habit of always being quite vigilant, looking around as noticing everything that I can. I mean, those who come to Rio de Janeiro or live here know that this isn't the safest city in the world. So as I slowly drive by the main entrance's big double glass automatic doors, I look at everyone standing there. Typically, they're waiting for an Uber or a taxi to pick them up. In the corner of the square space, almost touching the left wall just outside the door, I see a woman, or what looked like a female human. But what made me look twice and then a third time was that she had no face. She looked like one of those store mannequins. Now you could argue that she was a mannequin, except that quote-unquote lady was moving around. It blew my mind. About 5 seconds after we passed by those doors, my fiancée looks at me with shock on her face. She asks if I'd just seen that faceless lady. I mean, it's one thing for me to have supposedly seen it alone, and maybe I was just seeing things, as they say. But she'd seen it too? We got in, parked the car, went outside to see this thing, but she was gone. Till this day, every time we go to that mall, we look for that faceless woman, but we've never seen her again. It wasn't creepy per se, but definitely some glitch in the Matrix type stuff. Visited by a dark entity. I think something bad is about to happen. Thursday last week, my boyfriend and his family went to scatter the ashes of his grandparents. It was very emotional. It was a stormy night, and we were all huddled on the harbor wall where they had so many memories over the years. It sounds unreal. Waves were crashing around us on either side. Wind howled. If it hadn't been our last chance, I would have said, hell no. Friday night, me and my boyfriend get home. We sat on the bed and grabbed the bag with all of our holiday purchases. As I opened it, though, I noticed a small bag that contained a small amount of the ashes. I asked him if he wanted to see it. He did. He placed it on top of a box shelf that has a few other spooky bits with it. Not that his grandparents are spooky, just that where he put them was. So anyway, all good vibes. We look out at our stuff, ate some chocolate, went to sleep. Well, at least I thought we did. I'm a light sleeper, the kind of person who has to kind of wake up and turn over. So I laid there for a while, awake but eyes closed. Suddenly I got the feeling something was watching me. I opened my eyes to prove there was nothing there. I was wrong. I have awful eyesight and the room is dark. But I saw something, a hooded figure, a woman, I think, standing by the shelf where the ashes were sitting. I closed my eyes as quickly as I could and held my breath. I thought I'd fallen asleep. Thought I was dreaming. I started hearing a voice whispering, and then found myself in a weird space, total darkness. I couldn't feel my body anymore. It was like I had suddenly fallen into a deep sleep. I looked around this dark room and saw two figures standing there, but I couldn't quite make them out. The whispering voice was taunting me because I couldn't quite work out their faces. They kept changing, and the voice was saying, "You don't even remember what they looked like." Eventually, I realized that it was my boyfriend's grandparents. They were standing there, staring at me. Suddenly, my great-grandma was there too, all of them looking at me like I wasn't supposed to be there. And then I started to feel my body again, and I had one eye slightly open. I could see what was happening, but I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't hear my heart. I could have sworn I was dead or dying. It was so scary, but I couldn't do anything or ask for help. I could feel my boyfriend stroking my arm, but I couldn't do anything. All I wanted to do was scream. I don't know what happened or how it happened, but I came around. I rolled onto my back and laid there for a second before my boyfriend, who was sobbing, asked me if I was okay. I told him, "I think I just died." And he, a fully grown man, jumped out of bed and turned the light on in total panic, saying, "No, stop, I feel weird, this feels weird." I thought that was it. I thought I had died and just broken the illusion that I was supposed to hold up. You know the idea that the universe only exists because you do? That thought filled my brain, and I couldn't do anything. I wanted to cry so badly, but I couldn't find the energy. Right before he turned the light on, I saw the hooded woman again. He went straight through her. We slept with the light on since. Last night was the first night that we turned it off and still had the landing light on. Anyway, we spoke about it the next morning. He also saw the woman, but she was poised, ready to get him. He said he felt like she was strangling him. He thought I had died too and was genuinely heartbroken, using all of his energy to bring me back. Couldn't believe it. It was the scariest thing that's ever happened to me, and I feel so emotionally numb towards it all. I've been on edge since. Every bump or creak makes me jump. There's a painting of a face in our dining room that's just made me scream because I forgot it was there. Today I just found out that the exact point where we spread the ashes, 2 people died last night, made my stomach turn, like somehow the thing that was there with us on Friday night was a part of death of those people. Shaken me to my core. I just needed to tell someone the story, because it's been eating me inside. I saw something on the balcony that shouldn't have been there. For context, I'm currently 22 years old, and it happened back in December of 2008 or January of 2009. I was 10. I live in Estonia, which is in the northern part of Europe. This is important since during the heart of winter, we have only about 4 hours of daylight, and it's fairly dark from around 3 p.m. until 11 a.m. So the story takes place in Nilajarve, Pukakiskas, which is a resort roughly 80 kilometers east from the capital of Tallinn, where I had gone on a trip with my school class. Everyone was super excited since it was our first trip where we also spent the night. A rather popular thing to do back in that day was to make these makeshift Ouija boards on the paper and use a ring on a string above it. It would lightly swing, pointing towards certain letters, numbers, or answers. Nobody took it seriously, and mostly it was considered this kind of prank that older kids played on younger ones. We called it Veimud Vajakatsuman in Estonian, that roughly translates to calling out the spirits, although I'm sure they said it much more accurately than me. So obviously, as kids, we didn't think twice before doing it. Roughly 10 of us gathered around, made the makeshift board and the ring on a string thing, and mostly just goofed around with it, asking very cliché and dumb questions like, "Did you die in this house? Are you going to haunt us tonight? If yes, reveal yourself somehow." But somehow, nothing happened through these sessions as far as I remember. Perhaps some more sensitive kids got creeped out by it and left, and others accused the one holding the ring and a string of pointing to certain things on purpose. But well, who knows what really happened? That's not what the story's about. So it had to be about 8 or 9 p.m. Teachers were encouraging us to go to bed since some of our classmates had gotten caught imitating smoking by rolling a tube out of newspaper and lighting it on fire and smoking it. It was already pitch black darkness outside. I shared my room with another guy from my class. Let's call him Mike. The layout of the room was 2 beds parallel to each other with 1 meter gap. One was closer to the corridor door, where I was sleeping, and the other was closer to the opposite wall that was almost entirely covered by a glass balcony door or window, where Mike was sleeping. So we were both sitting on the edges of our beds with the big light turned on, getting undressed and getting ready to get into our beds. Mike was sitting facing my bed and the corridor door, and I was sitting facing his bed and the huge window balcony door. So I stood up to take off my shirt when I saw it behind the glass balcony door. At first, my brain didn't quite recognize what it was, since the light was on in the room and I thought it was just my reflection or something. Till it moved a couple of steps to the left and started turning around. And this was while I was standing in place and Mike was sitting on the bed. I completely froze for what felt like an eternity. And holy Jesus fucking Christ, to this day, it's still the scariest moment of my life. It was a light golden, light peach color human-sized thing. As soon as my brain registered, "This is not your reflection," I made some gasp-like sound and flung myself to the bed and covered my head in pillow without saying a word. I must have gone completely pale, too, since Mike started asking me, Harold, what is it? What's there? Me, with my head still in the pillow, asked, Is it still there? He asked, Is what still there? I'm not looking before you tell me what's there. So little by little, I turned my head up towards the window side of the wall, convincing myself in my head that I'm just seeing shit, and that this isn't real and I have to look again. But boy, was I wrong. When I turned my head back, I immediately turned it back inside the pillow, cold shivers running through my entire body. What I saw was the same light golden light peach-colored shape standing behind the glass door. It had no distinguishable neck, arms, or legs, but it roughly resembled a human silhouette with 2 black eyes. I kept my head in the pillow for what felt like an eternity, but most likely a couple minutes. When I turned my head back next time, it was gone. And we went on with our evening by talking about random shit as kids do until I fell asleep. To this day, I don't know what it was or might have been, but had the idea of posting it now since my friend sent me a huge collection of true scary experiences on Reddit. Felt like sharing mine. Feel free to ask for any additional details, and I'll try my best to provide them. But as it was like 12 years ago, my memory of the rest of this trip rather foggy. A visitor on the farm. When I was around 10 years old, I went with my dad to his farm. I spent vacation there as a child. I don't have very good memory of my childhood. I hated school. Everything was so bad that I erased basically everything from my mind. But that one day is printed like a video of 24 hours straight. I got there at night, and as soon as we got there, my mom called. And I knew it was because I got some bad grades and almost failed at school. My dad was talking to her, and then he told me to go close the main door. As soon as I got there, I saw a humanoid figure, totally translucent. Only its borders were visible, and behind it, 6 floating light balls alternating between blue and red. It was very tall, but not distorted, exactly humanoid, perfect proportions. But I could see everything through it. The dogs of the farm were surrounding it and barking at it and making angry noises. I was a very scared child, but that thing didn't scare me instantly. I got curious instead. Then I asked, "Who are you?" And it gave a step ahead. I immediately started crying, ran back inside calling my dad, saying that there was someone in there. He turned off the phone and without hesitation went to the wardrobe and took a shotgun hidden between some clothes. When we got outside, it had vanished, but the dogs were still barking and surrounding a certain place in the front of the house, way further this time, but there was nothing there. It's a plain space with our house in the middle, nothing surrounding it. After 30 seconds, the dogs stopped and came back inside like nothing had happened. And my dad said I was seeing an optical illusion of the lights of the bus. I still got no clue what it was. Never had any similar thing happen after, but I remember that day perfectly. It's going to be 10 years from this around next month. So yeah, I'm at almost the double age. I was 11 and now I'm 21. My dad's truck was haunted by a hitchhiker ghost, and my Wiccan sister got it to leave. My sister's been able to see and communicate with the dead ever since she can remember. She practices Wicca. She's a gifted tarot card reader, and started helping people rid their homes of spirits after she decided to start using her abilities to help others, including a gas station that I used to work at. My dad's always been a skeptic and truly believed my sister had a mental disorder causing her to have hallucinations. That is up until the day that his truck became home to an unwanted spirit. One evening, my dad was working late, well after dark, and when he finally got home, he came into the house with a disturbed look on his face. He was quiet and went into the other room to talk to my mom. I could overhear him telling her that on his way home, he got a creepy feeling that someone was sitting right next to him in his truck. He said that all of a sudden his airbag light turned on in the front passenger seat. That light only turns on if somebody's sitting in the seat, because it detects if there's weight in it. He told himself that it was probably some electrical issue until he could actually see the outline of this dark figure sitting there at the corner of his eye. Whenever he'd look over, it would be gone. He sped home as fast as he could so he could get out of the truck. He didn't know what to think about it other than it scared the crap out of him. My mom witnessed my sister rid a ghost out of the gas station I worked out of. So she suggested that my sister take a look at what's in his truck. At this point, I was in the other room with them, asking him more questions about his experience. I'm not gifted like my sister is, but I'm sensitive to spirits and have always took interest in the paranormal. I even have conducted my own investigations with some friends in the past. My sister came into the room and we got her up to speed with what was going on. She said that she would go check out his truck, asked me to come with her. What I experienced next still gives me the chills to this day. We went outside to his truck and my sister climbed into the driver's seat. She was silent and looked over to the passenger seat. She said, "Still in here." She turned the truck on and the passenger airbag light turned on again like it did for our dad. I need to quick note that this was in the dead of winter in Minnesota, so it was crazy cold out and we could see our breath when we exhaled. She turned to the passenger seat, blew out a breath of fresh air. I witnessed her breath flow forward and then float around what had to have been a solid figure in the seat. Nothing was visible there, but it was blowing around it. She turned to me and said that we need to get it out of there as soon as possible for my dad's safety. We went back into the house and she explained to our dad what it was. She said this type of spirit is known as a hitchhiker. She said that they're generally malevolent spirits that, just like a hitchhiker, jumps into random cars driving down the road. She said that these can be dangerous, though, because they can do things like make your brakes go out in your car so that you crash or other things with your vehicle to ensure that you get injured or even die. After hearing this, as skeptical as my dad normally is, he basically just gave her permission to do what she needed to do, get it out of his truck. She turned to me and told me that she needs me because she needs an assistant for what she's about to do. She gathered some items from her room and we went outside. She performed some sort of a ritual outside of his truck and had me join her. I cannot remember all of the details of this ritual because it was completely new to me, and this was years ago. I believe it involved a feather, a knife that she harnesses her energy through, a jar with some sort of some sort of charmed leather bag with unknown items in it and symbols printed on it, and various other tools, quote unquote. After performing the ritual, she smudged the inside of the truck with sage. She turned the truck on and the airbag light was still on like someone was sitting there still. Then she whipped open all the car doors and shouted at it to leave because it was not wanted and never invited. She told me that it didn't want to leave and that it was being stubborn. After some time of her shouting at it and doing something else with her tools in his truck, she took a deep breath and told me that it finally left. Sure enough, the airbag light turned off in the truck. We went inside and she told my dad that she was able to get it to leave. Ever since this happened, his airbag light never turned on by itself again, and she never saw or felt some unknown being sitting in his truck again either. To this day, my dad doesn't like to talk about it, but all I know is that he's now a believer and no longer thinks my sister has a mental disorder. My sister sees the dead and exorcised a gas station I worked at. My sister her entire life has been able to see the dead and communicate with them. She says that for people like her that can see them, they're like a beacon of light to spirits, so they flock to her. Growing up, she would constantly be bombarded by spirits telling her to tell my son I'm okay, or pass on some message to loved ones, or simply be basically harassed by them. Apparently, many of them kind of just meander around in a confused state, almost unaware of what's going on around them. She finally found a way to kind of control her power where she can almost shut it off when she needs to. But she can never completely block it out. She got to the point where she wanted to start using her abilities to help people. She's an amazing tarot card reader and practices Wicca and has drawn spirits out of numerous homes. I worked at a gas station that was severely haunted. Lots of people had experiences there, including customers and employees. We all worked our shifts by ourselves there and would all experience the same things. Whistling like someone's working and seeing a shadow man. Things being moved. Cigars thrown at you. We ended up naming him Sam. One of my coworkers was literally chased out of the building by Sam one night. She heard the footsteps rushing after her as she ran out the door and didn't even turn back to lock the building up because it chased her all the way out. She had to call our manager to go back there to lock up again. Random customers would bring up seeing a shadow person down an aisle. Once I had a little girl around 5 years old ask me if I believed in ghosts when she was paying for her candy. I told her, no, that's silly, just because I didn't want to scare her. She told me, well, I just saw a ghost back there, and pointed to the back coolers. Finally got to the point where the gas station owner wanted to do something about it. I told him all about my sister and how she could probably help him. He gave her permission to come in after closing and just get the spirit out of there. The next day, my sister came in after I locked the place up for the night. My mom came as well to watch. She slowly walked around the store. It wasn't long before she stopped in her tracks and gasped. She stood there for a while and cried a few tears. She described to me what she saw. She said that he presents himself as a man in his 30s, wearing an old work coverall outfit. His arm was barely hanging from his shoulder and was mangled. She compared it to what it was like when you twist the stem off an apple. Barely hanging on. She said there was a lot of blood. He apparently had died in a farming accident on some farm that used to be near the property many, many years ago. He was confused, didn't really know he was dead. My sister smudged the entire place with sage, did some weird kind of ritual-like stuff. Wasn't sure what exactly she was doing. She then set up a mirror on the wall that was straight across from the front door. She said that doing this will help show him the way out. Some time went by and she said that he had left and finally moved on. It was a strange feeling all of a sudden, almost like you were completely surrounded by peace. Ever since this happened, nothing paranormal has ever happened at that gas station. Guys, some unexplainable things are happening, and I need your advice. I'm 17 years old, and my parents moved into my house when my mom was pregnant with me. This house is over 100 years old, and used to be a plant orchard. My mom gets a strong sense of unease in one dark corner of the garden. She always has, we don't know why. Just after I was born, my mom discovered that baby clothes were disappearing from the washing line for inexplicable reasons. One day she went to that corner of the garden and asked whatever it was to stop stealing clothes, and said that she's happy to share the garden. The clothes stopped disappearing. I must admit, I always felt uncomfortable in that shady corner of the garden too. Fast forward about 16 years. And over the UK lockdown, we decided to build a tiki bar in the garden in that dark corner to cover it up. Ever since then, some things have happened. I was playing guitar in the bar one day, and suddenly I heard these loud footsteps pacing on the roof of the bar. They were too heavy to be a bird. They sounded human. When we were working on the bar, my dad was working on the roof. And I was in the bar, so I know what human footsteps sound like on this bar. I put my guitar down, ran out of the bar to see what was there. There was nothing on the roof. Bear in mind that that corner's always felt unsettling, but nothing's happened like this. Left me shook, told my parents. Fast forward a few months and we're all chilling in the bar one night. We were talking about the footsteps and this knock came from the wall outside. We laughed it off to brighten the mood, and it was killed with a loud bang that came from the roof. It sounded like someone was punching it. Freaked us out. But fast forward to the most recent event. This happened the night before Halloween. We had 2 guests over and they sat in the corner seat below a shelf with a heavy bongo drum on it. The bongo literally slid off the shelf and hit one of the guests in the head. There was no breeze because all the doors and windows are sealed. And even if there was a breeze, the bongos are really heavy, so it wouldn't cause them to slide off the shelf. The bongos are always pushed way back to the wall, so they're always far from the edge. Visitation from my mom. In 2008, my father passed away. And after my father passed, my family fell on hard times. My mother would worry about financial matters constantly. One night she had a dream that my father came to her telling her not to worry, that help will be on the way soon. Sure enough, the next day my mother received her first check from Social Security, ensuring a semblance of financial security for her. She would have these dreams whenever she fell on hard times. It seemed to be a thing where if she was worried about something, he would visit her and let her know that everything was going to be all right. This went on for quite a while until my mother finally passed in April of last year. This is where things get even more interesting. Shortly after she died, my wife and I were able to purchase a house, one where my mother was supposed to move in with us, or at least that was the intention. Shortly after moving in, I began to hear what I thought was her voice. But oddly enough, this was only when I had headphones on, or playing games or listening to music. I chalked it up to pure coincidence. But then the smell of her perfume would permeate the air. All this activity seemed to be building to something incredible. In August of last year, things appeared to have calmed down. That was until I had this dream. In this dream, I woke to my mother sitting in my bed looking over me, like she would have when she was sick as a child. Or like she would when I was sick as a child. Excuse them. I remember telling her that I missed her so much and that I wished I could be with her. She hushed me, as if she didn't have a whole lot of time. She handed me 2 gifts, telling me that she bought these special for me. As I began to unwrap the first one, she started to fade. And that's when I woke up in total hysterics. It felt so real and nothing could convince me otherwise. I believe I cried for hours until I finally fell back asleep. Here's where the financial things come back basically into play full swing. When I woke up that morning, I went outside to smoke my first cigarette of the day, and I get my mail. I wasn't shocked to find a check for $1,000 in the mailbox, which I'm sure you could say was gift number 1. Still yet to figure out what gift number 2 is, but sure it's coming. Thank you, Mom. Personal experience. When I was in my early 20s, my father was diagnosed with cancer. I don't recall which one specifically, as by the time the cancer was found, it was all over his body. He continued to live his life as best as he could, but over time his health began to decline. It took copious amounts of pain medication just for him to get through the day. He was beginning to barely eat or drink. It was around this time that he began to wake up in the middle of the night to apparitions at the feet of his bed. He would explain later that he was being visited by my late uncles, telling him that he should come with them. I am a firm believer in the paranormal, so when I heard that this was happening, I figured his time on this earth was coming to an end. Still, this was something I was having a hard time coping with, as I simply couldn't comprehend that my father was dying. At this time, his doctor was stating that the chemotherapy medications were helping, that there was a chance he could beat his cancer. But I believe my father knew a lot more than he let on. Although there may have been hope, he was in an extreme amount of pain. He probably sensed his time was running short. The evening before he died, he asked for an extra dose of pain medication, which should have tipped my family off that he was in worse shape than he let us know. All seemed well when we all went to bed that night. Unbeknownst to me, my mother moved to the living room couch in the middle of the night, which was a fairly common occurrence as my father was a terrible snorer. Around 4 a.m. that evening, she went to check on my father. His body felt cold. In a state of panic, she ran to wake me up since I was my eldest, and my siblings probably couldn't handle the situation as well as I could. I quickly called 911 and gave instructions to my mother that were given to me by the dispatcher on the phone. As my mother desperately proceeded to give him CPR, I just so happened to see something in the corner of my eye. I glanced in that direction to see what was there. I couldn't believe my eyes. Standing in the far corner of the bedroom was my father. He stood there watching us with his hands clasped behind his back, which is how he stood when he was thinking or waiting for something or someone. He was staring straight at me, and there was a transparency to him, like I could see right through him. I looked back down to his body to make sure I was actually seeing the sight before my eyes. I was shocked at what I'd seen. I glanced back up and he was still there, smiling a mischievous smile at me, like this was a secret between us. His presence was incredibly comforting that he was going to a better place, as well as proof of the existence that there's something after death. At this point, my attention was broken as the paramedics had arrived and were knocking at the front door. And when I looked back, his apparition was gone. Everything afterwards was the experience of anybody who's had to deal with the death of a family. Police asking the details of what happened, my family and I comforting each other, overall just trying to cope with what had just happened. Later that morning, other family members began to come by the house, giving their condolences, offering to help in any way that they could. At this point, I was exhausted, so I decided it was time to try to get some sleep. As I lay in my bed trying to comfort myself, occasionally wiping away the tears from my grief, I felt my father's comforting presence once again. Although I was unable to see him this time, I did feel his hands lightly grasp mine. I feel it was his way of letting me know that he was okay, as well as a way of saying his final goodbye. Another haunted house. I would like to start this experience out by saying my wife, who doesn't like to talk about it, and my daughter have told me things that have happened to them as well. But the rules of the subreddit say that you can only talk about first-hand experiences, so I'm leaving these out. The first week we moved into our house, I had a dream. It was an odd dream, as it was black and gray. Or rather, it was a black and gray checkered orb. It seemed to pulse and seemed to be sucking in the blackness that it floated in. My wife woke me up in the middle of this dream. I was screaming apparently while I was asleep. This was something that's never happened to me before and hasn't since. I know that this was a dream, but it's one that I can't shake. Combining this with the other strange things that have happened in this house, I'm starting to believe that there's no dream but something else. What other strange things, you ask? One night I was coming home from the store, stuck my key into the door but realized I had the wrong key. I'm about to take the key when I feel the lock turn on the other side and hear a click of the door being unlocked. I turn the handle and the door opens, but no one's there. I ask my wife, who's watching TV in the living room, if she's unlocked the door for me. She said no and asked why. I didn't say anything because I know paranormal things weird her out. One night while watching TV by myself, my dog stared at nothing, started to growl. I noticed the hairs on the back of his neck starting to stand up, and he went from laying down to a crouched position to lunging at nothing. This was the first time I really felt like something was going on in the house. There have been several people, myself included, who've had the feeling that something's rubbing your back. We've heard footsteps down the hallway, too. There have been several instances where I've been taking a nice hot shower and suddenly the air in the shower gets cold. The water's still hot, but I'm freezing because the air in the shower stall is that cold. Other odd thing with the shower is I can go to bed and when I get up in the morning, the shower's doing some constant drip, like someone took a shower and didn't turn the knob all the way off. One day I took a shower while my family was out. When I got out, I heard my wife say hello. Thinking they got back earlier, I replied that I was in the bathroom. I dried myself off and got dressed. When I came out of the bathroom, there was no one home. I called her and confirmed she was still out shopping. There have been many other occasions where I felt like someone was watching me. The other night I was lying in bed having a hard time sleeping because I had that feeling someone was watching me again. Suddenly I heard a sigh inches away from my ear. A few days later I was walking down the hall. As I'm walking past the guest room, I see a hand reaching out from the corner of my eye reach out and touch my hand. Not only did it scare the crap out of me, my wife's in the kitchen and her daughter was over at a friend's house, but I felt as if someone had shocked me and my hand was numb for like 10 minutes after. Last night for several hours off and on, the wife and I heard what sounded like someone dragging furniture across the hardwood floors throughout the house. When we would check, nothing would be moved. The experience that made me finally believe in the paranormal. One of those experiences left me with no doubt. My current girlfriend used to work at a cafe and bakery in an old building in Bordeaux. She used to close at night alone because she was the store manager and stayed after the crew was done, count the register, do all the paperwork, all that. The bakery was made of, The bakery was made of the storefront, the kitchen in the back, office in the back as well. There's also a second floor, which is only storage and the changing rooms for the staff. The building isn't shared. It was only the cafe and bakery. She told me she felt uneasy as soon as her first shift was happening. Most nights she'd hear running footsteps upstairs, the TVs in the sitting area for the customers turning on and off randomly, and the front door's doorbell ringing while the door wasn't moving. All that, and she was alone. Another coworker she was close with shared the same experiences with her. I believed her because she has a history of paranormal encounters and is very serious about that stuff. But I wasn't convinced until I witnessed it. I also worked in the food industry, so I was rarely off when she was working too. One Sunday I was off, so I decided to come pick her up. Spent the last 30 to 45 minutes of her workday and spent alone with her this time. She gave me a tour of the place, and it did feel uneasy, but nothing significant happened except for some rattling noises upstairs, until I mentioned how quiet her ghost of the bakery was. She was counting the register in the office in the back of the store. I was leaning against the wall in the corridor leading to the office, my back turned away from the storefront. To my right, there was a dishwashing room. There was no door to this room, just an opening in the corridor. To better visualize, I was facing towards the office watching my girlfriend, turning my back to the storefront, leaning against the wall, but seeing the dishwashing room in my peripheral vision. Jokingly, I tell her, "Glad your ghost decided to leave us alone tonight." Not 1 second after I finish my sentence, the pile of glasses and dishes in the dishwashing room goes flying. Saw the whole room clearly in my side vision, and there was no one or nothing that could have done that. There was a pile of glasses stacked up in a pyramid, and they flew as if someone ran their hand through the base. It wasn't one glass tripping and bringing down the pyramid, it was legit pushed off. She just told me, "I told you he's always there," since she's used to stuff like this happening. She was almost done, so we stayed less than 10 minutes in there, but I could feel a different level of oppression and uneasiness for the whole time. This one sticks with me because there's no rational explanation. I saw the dishes go flying around, and it was a different response to my joke. I have other experiences that could be explained, but I'd be happy to post them if you want to find an explanation or lack of with me. Driving through a ghost in a pitch-black forest road, seeing a school kid ghost set on my bed at night, cats behaving weirdly, ... My body tells me when something bad is going to happen. 2 years ago, I was driving down the road, just going to the grocery store to get some Lunchables. I was sitting at the stoplight, waiting for it to turn green, when all of a sudden I felt incredibly warm. It wasn't just an instant reaction, no. I felt the top of my head get very hot, and the feeling slowly trickled down all the way to my feet. It was almost like the feeling of having a fever, but my entire body felt it. And not in an instant manner, but in a weird sort of coating feeling that gradually consumed my whole body. And in that same instant, after the heat had settled in, my body got extremely cold to the point that my arms had goosebumps from how cold I felt. It wasn't a good feeling. The first thought I had was death. Clearly, I've never died before, but when I do, I feel like that would probably be how it feels. All in all, it just didn't sit well with me. Something told me to call my mom and check on her and my stepdad, so I called my mom and thankfully she answered. I asked her if everything was okay. She goes, "Yeah, what's wrong?" I told her what I had just felt. She told me that it was kind of strange, not to worry because everybody was okay and at home. The next day I was at work, and my mom called me. She told me my stepfather's dad, my step-grandfather, died. And when I asked when he had passed, she told me that it happened the day before, That's why she had called me, because he died only minutes after I had called her. They just didn't receive the news until that morning. Has this happened to anyone else, or something similar? I have no doubt in my mind that there was some kind of sixth sense factor involved. There's more to this world than we know, even within our own minds. Traveler's room. It never felt part of the house. This happened about 20 years ago. I was a preteen and my grandma wanted to spend more time with her at her house. My grandpa died a few years earlier, and my parents decided that me and my brother would stay there for the weekend. The house was old. My grandpa's grandparents had built it, so I think it was at least 150 years old, but with renovations. It stayed in the family and we always loved to play in the garden. It was a huge home for that time with 3 floors and a balcony. But there was this one big room upstairs that didn't feel the same. We're not religious or spiritual, but energy or anything paranormal didn't play a part in our lives. But we never wanted to play in that room. We never spoke about it, never mentioned it to each other. My brother and I would just stay out of it. In it there was a fireplace, a single bed, and a huge oak closet. My grandma kept her yarn in the closet, and she sometimes asked me to go get some. I would run into the room, grab it, and run away. So when she told us that we had to sleep in that room, we both didn't want to. We asked her if we could sleep in my mom's old room, which even wanted to stay up all night. But she told us that I could sleep in the bed and my brother would have a mattress on the floor. We didn't sleep, neither of us. The only thing I can remember is laying in that bed, perfectly still, not moving, even holding my breath. When I peeked down, I saw my brother doing the same. I smelled all these crazy spices throughout the night, things I'd never smelled before, and even heard what I thought was a guitar. The next morning, we jumped out of bed and ran out of the room. We didn't tell my grandma or my parents. My mom got really upset with me when I didn't want to pick up a ball of yarn for my grandma. I wouldn't go in that room. My grandma's getting older now, and her memory's fading. I heard my mom talking about the room with her, the people that had lived in there. I asked if she told me if that room was always rented to travelers or other folk that worked in the area. That's why it had its own fireplace and a closet. I casually said that the room always felt a bit odd, like it wasn't part of the house. My mom confirmed that she felt the same, especially after the last tenant left. They never used it. I mentioned it to my brother and he got really upset. He never wanted to think again of that night. How we smelled different perfumes and how the room felt super dense, like it was full of people, smells, and things. Again, we never spoke of this before to each other. I don't see my grandma that often, and only in family settings, but I still get the creeps thinking about that room. If I ever get the chance, I want to go up there, see and feel that room again. Maybe it was just me being a kid, but I've never felt anything like it before. Quote unquote, because he's standing right behind you, haunting in my house with some evidence to support it. As you can tell with the stories on my page, I would have been engulfed in the gray of this world since I was a child. Until recently, I've never met somebody who's as sensitive as me. It was enlightening and equally terrifying. So here's my story. I've been renting my house from a family member for several years now. Since day one, I knew it was haunted. I could feel the energy change the moment I stepped inside, but I could also tell it wasn't necessarily negative. I'm not a stranger to the paranormal, so when little things would happen like items moving or going missing, inaudible conversations in other rooms, or even my dog looking at an empty corner or wall, I wouldn't usually react. I even nicknamed the ghost Bernadette and would jokingly ask her to stop. However, within the last 6 months of activity, it's basically just intensified. I've had individuals in my house who are just complete skeptics, but they've witnessed glasses thrown across the room and shatter everywhere, pictures falling from the wall, something or someone walking down the empty hallway and hearing it, and hearing people talking that weren't there. I even had to have my brother check on the gas alarm or check that my gas alarm was still active because of the random areas of the house smelling like rotten eggs. Halloween night I had a very small get-together, like 6 people. One of my guests brought her wife, who I'd only met one other time. While my friends were playing games and passing out candy, my friend's wife, let's call her Emily, pulled me to the side, seemingly upset, and stated that she needed to discuss something with me. She first asked if I knew about Mary. I'm running names through my head that my coworker had mentioned and never heard of a Mary. Obviously, I tell her no. She proceeds to tell me a very detailed story about my house. She explains that I had 3 spirits in my house, a spirit named Mary, a spirit named Franklin, and that I had a spirit who's always with me named Gary, she thinks. She stated Mary had died in the house a long time ago. Franklin had died in the land before Mary from plowing accidents, and was still in his death state. She also confirmed my suspicions of extra activity. A few nights prior, in the middle of the night, I was in bed and jumped up from my sleep from a huge bang against my bedroom wall and a picture falling onto the end of the bed. Obviously, I was startled and especially spooked when I could see the indentation on the wall from what appeared to be something that had hit it. I jokingly said, "No, cool, Bernadette," and went back to bed. Emily knew about this. She knew that it had hit the wall and said that it was Franklin's way of trying to get my attention, that when things are thrown in the house or fall off the wall, that it's Franklin. Apparently, he's angry because I don't react. In my mind at this moment, I'm thinking, who the hell is this woman? I don't know her and haven't told her anything about her wife, about creepy house. I'm open with my experience on here, but I'm very hush in person because of others' reactions, so I ask, "How do you know this stuff?" And her response still, as I'm typing this, chills me to my bones, "Because he's standing right behind you." First reaction is to look behind me, nothing. Second reaction is to ask why I can't see him. He doesn't want me to. Third reaction is, why does he want to scare me? He wants attention. Since that night, the activity in my previously mildly creepy house has been off the charts. I don't get spooked easy. I've seen things that you see in horror movies, but my house is scary. The energy shifted. I feel like I'm constantly on fight or flight mode. I'm typing this at work because I feel like someone's constantly looking over my shoulder and I don't want whatever or whoever it is to read this. I know I sound crazy. It's just my dog and me in the house. And even he's been acting differently. I've caught him multiple times sitting in the hall looking at nothing and whimpering, and then he runs underneath the bed. I literally have to drag him out. And when I'm changing clothes or taking a shower, I feel uncomfortable because I feel someone's watching me. The house is nearly unbearable to live in at the moment. I've been at a loss of how to just get back to my mildly spooky house. I used Sage twice now and think it just pisses Franklin off. With that being said, I have amazing friends and connections to the historical site in my town. With some research, I found Mary and some other interesting details. Mary Frank, 48, died suddenly in my house on August 26, 1919 from neuralgia. Her spouse, Charles Frank, held the funeral in my house. Haven't been able to find a Franklin yet. However, before the Franks occupied the house, it was a stable for horses. It could be a huge coincidence that Mary's last name is Frank, and maybe Emily didn't get a clear message. I'm honestly not sure. I've asked her since, and she still thinks his name is Franklin. She's even come back to my house and told him to stop, but he won't listen. I do plan to keep researching the area for the man named Franklin, but I'm not sure there'll be any documentation. Another interesting thing is that I did know a Gary, and he was actually brought up before. Gary was my mother's best friend's husband who passed away from a heart attack when I was young. At the time, we lived in 20 plus acres of land and he loved to go hunting on our property. When he passed, it was his wishes to have his ashes spread on our land. I was told many years ago that Gary watched over me. I know the activity in my house is increasing. I'm not 100% sure why, because I'm more aware now, but I don't feel in danger. I never have, because I know Gary's there, from multiple sources now. I'm going to try to attach the pictures, never have the best luck with adding them, of Mary's obituary in a lovely spot someone or something put in my wall. I'm sharing this maybe for insight or just an interesting read. Greetings from Paranormal M, the channel that unravels the bizarre and unexplainable. Hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications, and even more importantly, drop a comment so that way we can raise up in these algorithms. I've seen them so far, keep them coming. We hope you're prepared to journey through the enigmatic. Children's Emergency Room Visitor. I work in a children's emergency room, and I've seen and heard my fair share of things. I have multiple stories, but this one always sticks out to me, but not in a scary way. Several years ago, I was working third shift. That's 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. It had been an unfortunate evening. We had lost a child. This was earlier in my shift, and well, that's something that stays with you. However, working in this environment, you have to go on with your day. You're allowed to mourn, but for 12 hours you're there to help every child that comes through that door. Usually around 3 a.m., the ED is able to start closing down hallways due to the lower volumes of patients. And that night, I decided to take a much-needed break, away from the noise in one of the hallways that had just closed. I was hiding away in the unit secretary area of the hallway when I heard a child's laugh and footsteps running down the hallway into a room. Again, this isn't particularly unusual, because we have children everywhere in the hospital. However, I wanted to investigate, because there shouldn't be a child running around unattended in the closed area of the ED. I walk in the room where I heard the child, and it was completely empty. Lights were still off. Behind me, I hear the same thing, but in another room. But this time, the light switched on. Again, I go to investigate, and it was empty. Confused, I turned the light off and went back to the desk. I sit there for a few more minutes, and I see the light switch back on in one of the rooms. Shortly after, I hear the same laugh. I get up and start walking to the room, and as I get closer, I hear the same laugh, and the light switches off right before I get in there. At this point, I can hear my heart pounding through my chest. I knew something wasn't right. I walked into the room, turned the light on, my heart drops. Sitting on the bed is the patient I'd come to know very well throughout the years. It was the patient that I watched pass away several hours ago in our trauma room. I immediately started tearing up, and I remember wanting to say something, but the words wouldn't come out. He looked at me, smiled, and then laughed, and just like that, he was gone. Haven't seen him since that night. Maybe I was sleep-deprived and seeing things, but in that moment I felt a sense of peace. I knew he was okay. It was definitely an experience that I'll never forget, and honestly, one that I never want to forget. This place/event still haunts my dreams. I'd just come home from my first summer, my freshman year of college. My parents were in the process of their divorce, and both decided to vacate the house and leave me alone. I was angry and confused, and I felt abandoned by my own parents, refused to talk to either one of them. I hated being in the house alone. I never liked being there alone, even when my parents were still together. Eventually, the foreclosure note appeared on the front door. My parents gave up on the house, and I felt like they gave up on me. With the short notice, I knew I wasn't going to have the money, so I decided on getting an apartment with my friends. There was about a 2 to 3 week waiting list, so we just stayed in the house leading up to moving into the apartment. They knew about some of my experience in the house and had witnessed many things just for the short amount of time that they stayed there with me. Do not ever play with Ouija boards. That's what everybody says. We didn't have the real thing, so we made one from a piece of cardboard and a little whiskey glass as a planchette. This was all a joke to them. They were just asking random questions and getting random responses. Nothing too scary, nothing too serious. They were laughing and making fun of the entire situation. I felt uneasy the entire time. I knew what the house was capable of. For some odd reason, I knew it was holding back. They got bored easily and eventually stopped playing. I was somewhat relieved. We were sitting around in the kitchen when we heard scraping on something, coming from the living room. When we went to investigate, we saw the glass moving around the board by itself fairly fast. It was landing on different letters, but in a weird, repetitive way. I can still hear the sound in my head. This was clearly terrifying and wasn't what or who we're previously making contact with. We grabbed a piece of paper and spelled out the words it was making. There are 7. At this point, most people would walk away, but we were all too intrigued. The house was starting to show its true nature. We positioned ourselves around the board, placed our fingers on the glass. I asked, "Who or what is the 7? It spelled out B-A-D, and then spelled D-E-M-O-N-S. And then asked who we were speaking to, and it spelled G-A-R-Y. My friends didn't know this at the time, but I knew a Gary. I also knew that when he passed away that he had requested his ashes be spread in our woods, because he'd always loved to hunt and hike in them. This was done in a small private ceremony, and the only thing marking where it was a small concrete deer statue placed by a tree deep inside the woods. My emotions were all over the place, and in that moment, I really felt as if Gary was speaking to us. The energy was insane, but there was a calmness in that moment. I had tears beginning to form when I asked Gary several more questions. Over the course of these questions, we were able to determine that 7 demons inhabited the land inside of the house and on the porch. We also learned that there was bad and good spirits, and that the bad trumped the good in numbers. But the good were stronger and kept me safe throughout my life. During this time, the board kind of switches gears. We also made contact with a man named Heishman. He only gave us his last name. Heishman was a popular name in our town, and several Heishmans actually lived in the area. We had said he died in a car accident and gave us the cemetery, which was in the town. This is apparently where he was buried. He was apparently one of the good spirits that helped keep the bad spirits away. I was in disbelief, very intrigued. I was getting answers that I'd been searching for since I was a child. However, one of my friends wanted more. He so desperately wanted to speak to the bad spirits and began taunting whatever or whoever was there. I urged him not to because I knew what the house was capable of. I even took my fingers off the glass because I didn't want my energy to mingle with whatever he was trying to contact. He told Gary and Heishman goodbye and said he wanted to talk to one of the bad spirits. Clearly not the smartest guy. He kept demanding a name with no response. Even after everything he had just witnessed, he wanted more proof. He had a cigarette and dared one of the spirits to roll it off the board. If the spirit did this, he would give them the lighter to smoke it. Again, just taunting the house to show him more proof. But it happened. Not only did the cigarette roll off of the board and onto the carpet, it rolled back onto the board. This means it had to roll up over the lump separating the board from the carpet. We all immediately jumped back. Everybody's fingers came off the glass and the energy in the house became thick. The house was alive. The lights began to flicker. The sinks began to spill water full blast. The ceiling fan cords began to swing in circles. You could hear something stomping around on the porch. Whispers were coming from every corner of the house and the basement. Doors started to slam, and the famous shadow figures from the catwalk in the basement were back. No matter how many times we apologized, it wouldn't stop. My house had 5 doors, one on each side and one leading out from the basement. We ran to the front door, wouldn't open. Something was holding it closed. The only door we were able to get out of was one of the side doors, but it slammed behind us, nearly knocking my friend to the ground. Once we were outside, we could hear something running up to us on the porch. We all dove off the side stairs and into the grass. Whatever was on the porch kept running beside us while we were running for our car in the grass. I couldn't see it, but I could hear it. When we jumped in the car and started up the driveway, something hit the back window so hard that I could see a hand imprint on the glass. We stayed at a friend's house that night, but I don't think either one of us actually slept. The events of that night were truly traumatizing. Reliving it now, my heart's pumping so hard because I remember feeling it all. We had to go back to the house eventually, though, and it was a day when we were all just dreading it. The doors were locked. We didn't lock them, but the inside was totally trashed. There was stuff everywhere. However, the Ouija board didn't look like it had ever moved. It was in the spot we left it, with a single cigarette laying in the middle of the board. The only thing that was different is the whiskey glass appeared to be on top of the number 7. We quickly grabbed all of our essential items that we needed for the apartment and left the bigger items for later. I'd like to say that we never experienced anything again, but we were all convinced there was a lot of residual activity. The apartment we moved into is somewhat new, and there would be just a lot of odd things that would happen. I first started experiencing sleep paralysis around that time, and I'd occasionally wake up in the middle of the night to a dark figure standing in my doorway. From that point on, I never felt alone. I've never gone back to the house after I moved my stuff out. I know it foreclosed, and I believe it was sold during an auction. I have no idea who the new occupants are. They were apparently not from the area. However, I still feel such a strong connection to the house. Whenever I visit my hometown, I feel a strong urge to go to it, just to drive past it, but I never do. It haunts my dreams often, and I'm constantly reminded of it and of the spirits associated with it. I was not sleepwalking. I recently started renting my stepbrother's family home. It's an old shotgun house, but has plenty of room for me and my fur child, Cooper. Within the first weeks of living there, I would hear the floors creak, as if someone was walking throughout the house. Items would come up missing, only to return in new locations. And I would hear whispered conversations throughout the night in different areas of the house. All small things that didn't really bother me. One day I was in the dining room area and heard a loud crash in the kitchen. A wine glass had fallen off the wine rack and shattered on the kitchen floor. A couple weeks after that, my mother and boyfriend were over, and another wine glass flew from the rack and shattered. We tried to debunk it, because it simply could not have fallen off. It had to be lifted over the holder and thrown. Of course, all these incidents were unsettling, but I never felt like I was in danger. I had experienced far worse unexplained events, so I wasn't too concerned. About a couple of weeks ago, I woke up in the middle of the night, around 2 a.m. Cooper was barking. Cooper sleeps with me, and he's unable to jump from the bed because of its height. But he was on the edge and ready to go at whatever was there. When I came to, I could hear water running. Jumped out of bed and noticed all the lights were on in the hallway, dining room, kitchen, and bathroom. I ran to the bathroom with Cooper behind me and found that the hot water was running full blast from the bathtub and the bathroom sink. It was to the rim of the bathtub, and a minute later we would have easily had it overflown. Random items had also been thrown into the water. All my shower items, some of Cooper's toys, silverware, glasses, scissors, and pens. After I turned the water off, I heard Cooper yelp from the kitchen and run off whining into the bedroom. I walked into the kitchen and the sink was also running full blast, but there was a pile of stuff in front of the locked backyard door. My laptop was on the bottom with water bottles, bread, Tupperware bowls, more of Cooper's toys, silverware, and another wine glass was shattered on the floor. Frustrated and very confused, I cleaned everything up and turned around to go check on Cooper when I noticed the hallway lights were now off. But the living room lights were now on. I proceeded to walk into the living room and found another pile of stuff in front of the door. This time there was a wine glass, some books, my toothbrush, my journal, and some pillows. After I had time to clean up and collect my thoughts, I suddenly had a strange sense of déjà vu. And for the first time in my new home, I didn't feel welcome. It took nearly an hour to get Cooper out from under the bed. The poor thing just used the restroom all over the carpet. Never does this. He was shaking and whimpering, so I just held him the rest of the night. I knew it was late, but I called my boyfriend and explained to him what had happened. He's a huge skeptic, and immediately thought someone had broken into the house, or that I was sleepwalking. The doors were locked, nothing was missing, no one broke in. I wasn't sleepwalking, and I don't have a history of sleepwalking, so I would have had to magically be able to turn the lights off and on while in another room. He didn't believe me, and I hate that in order to not seem like a crazy girlfriend that I have to play along with the whole sleepwalking idea. Fortunately, nothing this extreme has happened again, but I'm afraid it's only a matter of time. I still hear the floors creak, items still go missing and reappear, and I still hear the whispered conversations. Cooper occasionally will start whimpering and shaking, but the only thing I can do is hold him close. Never leaving house guest. I had another experience last night with a familiar friend. It occurred at my aunt's house around 7. The family's nicknamed him Old Man Flannel because he's not shy to make himself known. My aunts have been living in the house for roughly 20 years. There are dozens of stories of his apparition being seen walking in the hallway. When they first bought their house, I was roughly 10 years old, and within the first few visits, I was introduced to him while exiting the bathroom in the hallway. They kept the stories about him away from me, so I wouldn't be scared, but when I told them I met a man in the hallway during a family dinner, they didn't seem surprised. He's not a harmful spirit. We all think he's the man who built the house. He's very tall, wears a flannel shirt under a pair of overalls, and has a scruffy gray facial beard. He tends to stay in the hallway of the house, the original parts, peeping around corners into the bedrooms. I lived with my aunts for about a year, and I saw him several times looking into my bedroom or just walking down the hallway to just disappear once he reached the kitchen or back door. I was over at my aunt's house last night after dinner. They had just gotten a new kitten, and I was sitting in the hallway facing the kitten, playing with it. My back was towards the rest of the hallway, and my aunts were in front of me talking. From behind me, one of the kitten's toy balls rolled up next to me with enough force for the bell to ring. I looked behind me to see our old friend walk into one of the bedrooms. I said a few choice words while jumping up into the kitchen and started explaining what had just happened. They proceeded to tell me how the ball rolls down the hallway at night, when they're in bed with the kitten specifically. Apparently, he really likes the kitten, who they named Sage. He's always there, and even though it never gets less creepy seeing or hearing him, Old Man Flannel is just part of the house. Everybody just has to learn to accept it. Non-negative encounters. It's been a while, at least a while since I wrote about one of my many encounters. I had to take a hiatus because I believed stirring up these old memories has caused more activity. Mildly in my life, though. I've been seeing shadows walking the hallways, hearing whispers. Stuff has been moving to only show up later. Just odd occurrences. Nothing too scary. I'm just going to speak about a few small encounters, the happy ones, that have happened to me throughout the years that were just a reminder that something was always with me. Sorry for grammar errors, I'm typing on my phone. You're forgiven, sir. I first would like to talk about my Uncle Steve. He wasn't a biological uncle, step-grandpa's son, but we had a very close relationship. I love art and drawing as my passion. We shared that. God, he was an amazing artist. He died suddenly from a heart attack when I was a teenager. And despite him not being a blood uncle, his death broke my heart into pieces. However, I would feel him every now and then. Do you know how some people just produce a certain kind of energy? How you feel it when you're around them? Steve had that when he was alive, and I also believe he had that after his death. There were several small incidents that just made me smile, but I want to talk about one in particular that happened around Christmas and was also witnessed by my grandmother, his father, my mom, and my father. It was the first Christmas after his passing. The year before, he had brought my grandmother some wind chimes. She didn't want the weather to damage them, so she kept them inside. We were all sitting around the Christmas tree just reminiscing about old times and Uncle Steve. Suddenly, the wind chimes in the kitchen began to make music and move. Granted, there was no wind inside the house, and really no logical reason they should suddenly begin to move. We all smile and joke that Steve was there with us. It was a pleasant feeling. At this point in my life, most of my family had accepted the fact that I had an unusual connection with the supernatural, so they asked me to start talking with him. I asked, "Uncle Steve, is that you? Are you here?" In that moment, the lights on the Christmas tree blinked, which was unusual because they had been on the entire time. Out of curiosity, they had asked me more questions, such as if he was happy, if he watched out for us. Nothing too over the top. After every question, the lights would flicker and the wind chimes would make music. It truly was amazing. We all were in tears because you could feel he was there. I still feel Uncle Steve occasionally, and I have many of his art pieces. I also would like to talk about my Aunt Jean. She was such a lovely lady and passed away unexpectedly from blood clots after surgery. Her death was devastating to my family, and I don't think we've ever recovered. A few months later, I got really sick, coughing up blood, and I wasn't able to catch my breath. I took myself to the hospital, and it was quickly determined that I had 7 pulmonary embolisms. One was the size of a $50, and the blood was coming from my right lower lobe because I had a blockage. I was only breathing 52%. I was in pure panic. I knew I had to call my mother and my family because I was getting admitted to the ICU. After losing our Aunt Jean from the same thing, I was more concerned with their reaction than my diagnosis. As I started ringing for my mother, I had a mental image of my aunt telling me everything was going to be okay. I instantly had a calming sense come over me. Instead of crying into the phone to my family, I told them what was going on and that I was going to be okay. Everybody rushed to the hospital. I don't remember much, at least when I was awake, but I had a dream that day. They instantly gave me pain medicine, which always puts me to sleep. But I had a dream of my Aunt Jean. It was a dream full of bright, beautiful colors. And she was walking towards me, surrounded by flowers. She hugged me so tight and grabbed my face and told me not to be scared, that I was going to be okay. I remember the dream so vividly. There was red and blue birds flying everywhere, and the sky was such a beautiful color of blue. When she touched me, I really felt her. It felt so real, so calming. When I woke up, my mom was there. She flew up from Florida that day. My dad, my aunts, and so many of my friends. They all said I was talking in my sleep and smiling. The hospital stay was about a week, and I had a long recovery. I had to have Lovenox shots for 6 months. We discovered that the clots were due to my birth control at the time. Brutal. During my recovery process, I would see tons of cardinals and bluebirds, and would instantly get a feeling of relief because I knew it was my aunt just checking in on me. 2 months ago, I had a pretty major surgery, and I once again developed multiple pulmonary embolisms. I had another dream with Aunt Jean in it. It was just as colorful and just as calming. She told me not to give up, that this too will pass. I was only in the hospital for 4 days. Caught them early. It's the same recovery, Lovenox shots for 6 months. However, I've seen a cardinal nearly every day since I left the hospital, and I know that my Aunt Jean is watching over me every single day. Not all supernatural and unexplained experiences have to be negative, you know. This one was scary. Several years ago, I decided to make the stupid decision of moving in with my now ex-boyfriend. We will call him Bob. It just seemed logical at the time instead of paying 2 rent payments. We were actively looking for months, and he stumbled upon a house for rent in a fairly nice and convenient area of town. The owner had another person interested in the house, but he told Bob that if he came up the day to look at the house and sign the lease, that it would be ours. I was at work, but I trusted him. I was young and very naive, stupid, and I let him do it. Later that day, I met Bob at the house and do a walkthrough together for the first time. I pulled in front of the house and couldn't get out of my own car. He was already there waiting for me on the porch. I instantly started tearing up because I knew something was terribly wrong with this house, but it was too late. We had committed for an entire year. The house was an older house, but just remodeled to look new. It had an odd setup. A main bedroom was in the front that attached to the living room and kitchen. There were 2 extra smaller bedrooms in the back of the house attached to the laundry room. There was 1 bathroom that was attached to both the main bedroom and the living room, which had 2 doors. I have a very long history with hauntings, and I'm still convinced I have attachments with me at my current residence. So it wasn't surprising when unusual things began to happen. Doors slamming, lights flickering, footsteps, voices. However, I quickly found out that this entity didn't want us there. Bob worked evenings, so I was usually home a majority of the time by myself. It only took a week before I saw this full apparition in the laundry room. I was cooking dinner and heard the dogs growling toward the back door. I looked over and a man was just standing there, looking at me. He was very tall with dark hair. He was always wearing a red flannel shirt and had a very angry, blank expression on his face. We locked eyes and he just walked into the spare bedroom and disappeared. The longer we lived in the house, the more violent he would become. The whole house would shake sometimes. We couldn't keep anything hanging on the walls. We were watching TV one night, and a picture on the wall just shattered like it had been punched. Another time we were cooking dinner and we both saw a glass lift off the counter and slam against the wall, barely missing Bob's face. I think one of the scariest moments for me was when I was taking a bath one night. I was just relaxing, had the curtain closed. I saw a dark shadow on the other side of the curtain. Thinking it was Bob, I started talking to him. My heart dropped when I heard the TV turn on in the living room and heard Bob on the phone. I don't think one can describe the feeling that I had run through me when I realized my ex was not the person standing on the other side of the shower curtain. It took every ounce of courage I had to jump up and pull back the curtain. I started screaming for Bob, and at the same time one of the bathroom doors slammed shut. The other was already closed. I could hear Bob trying everything he could to get to me. I was screaming, he was screaming, and the dogs were barking and growling. It was absolutely terrifying. The doors weren't locked, but neither one of us could get them to open. After about a 15-minute struggle, both doors opened and everything went quiet. After that incident, I begged Bob to move. He was working almost every night and I couldn't stand to be alone in the house. I felt like a prisoner and began to isolate myself to the main bedroom because that seemed where the least amount of activity was. One night I woke up in the middle of the night and saw the man standing in the doorway to the bedroom, but he never came into the room. My relationship with Bob began to deteriorate because he didn't understand how much the entity was affecting me. I wasn't eating, I wasn't sleeping, and my physical and mental health were just dropping. People laugh at me when I blame it on something supernatural, but it was unhealthy for me to stay in that house. I had to leave, and I eventually did. Like my other stories, I constantly ask, why me? I'd never faced off with something like this. I had encountered plenty of negative spirits before, but this was different. This felt like a physical attack. Bob was just lucky enough to also witness it. This makes me believe he wasn't an attached spirit. Do I attract spirits? Or is it just a coincidence that I moved into another haunted house? If it is a coincidence, why do I still feel like I'm never alone? New house, new haunting. When I was 12, my family and I moved into a new house. This house was built specifically for us on 22 acres of land and woods in southern Indiana. It was a gorgeous house, 3 bedrooms, full basement, wraparound porch, and a catwalk that attached the 2 upstairs rooms and overlooked the living room. My father even had a pond dug out for the front yard, and our backyard was nothing but miles and miles of woods. I was so optimistic about moving because how could a brand new house be haunted, right? Well, I encountered very bad entities that in no way can compare to my earlier encounters. Reliving some of these encounters are truly unsettling, but I think it's important. I should have followed my gut the first week we moved. I had a friend over and she was helping me unpack and get settled. We stayed up all night putting my clothes away, hanging pictures on the walls. Didn't have curtains up on the windows yet, and I can remember avoiding looking into the windows when it got dark because the woods had a very ominous feeling about them. Eventually, my friend and I were satisfied with our unpacking progress and fell asleep. I thought I was dreaming when we woke up the next morning. The majority of my clothes that were hung up were on the floor. Boxes that were still full when we fell asleep were dumped over. and the floor was covered with all of my belongings and trash. My parents didn't believe me or my friend, and my friend never came back to the house after that. In that moment, I wasn't scared. I distinctly remember being so angry, though. This was my first week in my new house and was supposed to be a new beginning. Couldn't understand how or why this was even happening. The level of activity in this house was beyond anything I could imagine. Throughout my early teenage years, I would do everything I could to not be home. I especially never wanted to be home alone. Lights would turn off and on, doors would open, and televisions would turn on and off. The water faucets would start running, items would move to only reappear, glasses would fall off counters and break, whispers, shadows, you name it. Eventually, my family began questioning such experiences, but they would just brush them off. There were several times they were present in the house. Shadow figures. There were so many shadow figures. The catwalk, stairs, and basement were the most common places I would see them. However, I was not the only person. The catwalk between the two rooms was basically a hallway without walls. It connects the rooms but looked down over the living room. The figures would just walk from my room to the other room, back and forth. They were nearly a full apparition but looked like a shadow. Hard to explain. One night I had a friend over and we were home alone watching movies. I ran to the kitchen to get a drink and I could hear her screaming from the living room. I ran back in and she was trembling in fear because she saw someone walk from the guest room into my room. I had already seen this thing many times throughout the years do the same thing. I tried to explain what happens to my friend and even tried to get her to go upstairs with me to show her no one was really there. But, needless to say, she ended up calling her parents and going home. On several occasions, I would be in my room watching TV with the door open and see the figure standing in the doorway of the guest bedroom. I would just shut and lock my door. And to me, this was my normal, but it doesn't mean it was any less terrifying. The shadow figures in the basement were worse. Our basement didn't have a door. It was just a staircase that went into the basement from the living room. Everything that we had in storage at the old guest house was down there. However, we also had a lot of World War I and World War II artifacts and memorabilia. My grandfather was a collector his entire life. When he passed, our basement was the only space large enough to keep his life's work. We had medals, statues, guns, uniforms, flags, just to name a few. I 100% believe that multiple spirits were attached to these items, because not only would you see shadow figures in the basement and creeping up the basement stairs, but you could hear whispers and things moving. It was truly a scene from a movie. Growing up, I didn't know land could be haunted. I laugh because looking back, I was living in a real-life poltergeist movie. Living in the country, I played outside a lot. I often felt suffocated in the house and I would just want to be able to breathe. The man by the pond. However, I was never alone. I would often see a man standing by our pond. His face was never clear, but he would move around the pond. Sometimes he would be under our weeping willow, or sometimes he would be looking down at the house. He never moved, but instantly just always would be standing there. He didn't really scare me, but I never attempted to approach him. The porch. There was also something that would walk the porch. Many occasions I'd be sitting on the porch reading or talking with friends and you could hear someone walking. It was so clear that you would fully expect to see someone walking around the corner, but instead you would see the wood move with each footstep. You would see it get closer and closer by the movement of the wood and the sound, and then just stop. All of my friends and my mother witnessed this several times. It would always stop several feet in front of someone, and you could hear it walking around the porch from the inside of the house, too. People in the woods. There was also the figures in the woods. I could look out a window at any given point and see what I would consider to be a person standing in the woods peeking around a tree or a bush. Their faces were never clear, and I couldn't ever determine whether they were men or women. Interestingly enough, I was playing in the woods one day and I stumbled across an old well. It was fairly deep, but you could tell it was extremely old because it was basically, or at least what was left of it, was barely visible. I immediately told my parents about it and showed them where it was. I guess this piqued their interest and they began searching the land more. They were able to confirm that at one time a small community occupied the land, but nothing was left except for the well. The activity never stopped or even slowed down. Even when I wasn't home, I felt like I was being watched and still do. It impacted my family's emotional and mental states because the house was literally draining all of our energy and replacing it with negative energy. I wasn't eating, I wasn't sleeping. Everything in my life was strained because of home. I do think the house warmed my parents' relationship too, and in some crazy way, I partly blame their split on the house. In my lighter high school years, I started going to the haunted location with friends. For them, it was just for fun. They didn't believe my stories or the ghost stories around town. They wanted proof and thought I could help. At this point in my life, I didn't think anything could be scarier than what I lived with at home. I really began to realize how sensitive I actually was. I also learned that spirits can physically hurt you and can attach themselves to you and follow you home to your already very haunted house. Living in a horror movie. I know that we live in a world full of skeptics who are ready to write me off as crazy. I have 32 years of unexplained experiences, entities, feelings, and judgment, all of which I have documented in multiple journals. Early in my journey, I wanted to prove skeptics wrong. Now I just want them to be open to the idea that this is not a black and white world. There's so much gray. And although sometimes it's terrifying, it can change someone's entire perspective. I want to belong to like a group of like-minded individuals who see and live in the grayness of the world. There was a point in my life that I was very social about things that I've experienced. I didn't fear people thinking I was crazy, and I was adamant about changing a skeptic's mind. In my reality, I didn't understand how or why a person could be a skeptic. My first memories as a child involved an imaginary friend. It was my form of normal. Now looking back, I know the things I experienced were definitely not normal, and that I had that so-called sixth sense, and was extremely sensitive to other things people were not. I've experienced things that others only experience while watching fictional horror movies. I lived in a horror movie. Man in the chair. As I mentioned, at a very early age I would see different entities around my house. My parents blamed it on an active imagination, but it was real, and at that time we lived in a very old house with an additional guest house attached. We just used the guest house as storage. We never had occupants. My father was an auctioneer who was constantly bringing home old antiques. One day my father brought home a green recliner to go in my room for my mother to read to me at night. However, an older gentleman with a black beard and a hat occupied the chair every night after my mother would leave. He would just sit there, appearing more as a silhouette or a shadow. He never spoke, and he never moved. He just sat there and watched me. I strongly believe fear is not something someone is born with, but instead comes from experiences. This figure terrified me, because even as a child I knew he was not supposed to be there, and I couldn't understand why my parents couldn't see him. Shadow Man. I wish he was the only entity in my house, but he wasn't. There was a long hallway that separated my room from the guest bedroom and the stairs. I would always see a shadow figure walking this hallway and going into the guest bedroom. It wasn't the man in the chair. This thing was much scarier. Its energy was strong and extremely negative. The feeling that I spoke about earlier originated in this hallway. Whether it was visible or not, I always knew it was around. I would run from the stairs to my room every single day. The entity then began to move around the house. I think one of the more terrifying things that happened was when I was around 10. I was getting ready in front of a mirror, and it was hanging on the bathroom door. There was a belt on the ground next to me, partially underneath the door. I remember vividly looking into the mirror and seeing the belt slowly slide farther under the door. Thinking I was being pranked, I opened the bathroom door. No one was there. However, the belt was now on the bathroom floor. Lady in White. Not only was this house leaving me in a constant state of fear and anxiety, but the guest house was a place I physically could not go into because of the dreadful feeling that it gave. The few times I did go into the guest house, I would always feel like I was going to get sick and would immediately leave. The guest house was a small house with a large attic. There was a big window in the attic that looked over the entire property. One morning, I was jumping on the trampoline with my friends. I believe this is the epiphany moment in my life when I realized I was not the only person experiencing these things. My friend looked up at the window with a terrified look on his face. There was a woman dressed in white looking down at us. She had long blonde hair and had a very blank expression on her face. We watched her for a few minutes, and then she disappeared. The house was empty and the stairs to the attic had not been used in years. This lady didn't simply walk away from the window, she completely vanished. I had 3 friends that day that witnessed this entity disappear in thin air. This was the validation to me that I was not crazy, and that there are things in this world that cannot be explained. I lived in that house until I was 12 years old. The level of activity increased throughout the years to the point I began documenting them in a journal. I have specific details of each experience, far too many to write here. When I moved to our new house, built specifically for my family, I thought things would stop and I could be a normal kid. I was wrong. So wrong. Light anomaly captured on my backyard security camera. Strange backstory. So for anyone to really appreciate this, I have to give a little bit of background. This happened a couple of weeks ago. My alarm goes off at 5:50 in the morning on work days. I frequently wake up 30 minutes to an hour before my alarm. Often I lay there attempting to squeeze out a few extra minutes of sleep before I have to get up. On this occasion, this is exactly what I was doing. I was only half asleep. The best way I can describe it was I was aware that I was asleep. My mind was rather blank and rather calm. Suddenly I heard the sound of my doorbell. However, it wasn't the sound of my doorbell. I'm a somewhat light sleeper, so I opened my eyes wide and I was thinking, who the hell is at my door at 5:30 in the morning? Within seconds, I realized the sound I heard was not my doorbell. I was convinced I had imagined it. Sometimes both my girlfriend and I have auditory hallucinations in between sleep and wakefulness. For her, they're disruptive and loud, and for me, they're typically not too interesting and more sedative. Thought to myself, that's what happened here. I immediately pull myself at ease and try to go back to sleep. I dozed back off for a couple of minutes before finally waking up my alarm. I then had a thought. What if what I heard was my doorbell, and because I wasn't fully awake I misheard it? My front door has a long chime that actually plays the Westminster chime melody. It couldn't have been that. However, I have a battery-powered doorbell at my back door that only rings with one sound. Dong! This was much closer to what I thought I heard. Thought just to be safe and make sure no one was lurking around at my house at 5:30, I should check the camera. This was right outside my back door. I know from being acquainted with many security cameras and how things look under infrared light that this is not an insect, and this is not a spider web. No headlights are able to shine in my backyard, and this is not a lens flare. I've never seen something like this on my own camera before. Definitely consider myself a believer in the paranormal, but I have a very skeptical mind when it comes to vetting what I believe, what I consider to be paranormal. If anyone has a theory as to a reasonable explanation, I'm all ears. But I'm happy with the explanation that this is paranormal. The fact that this corresponded with the strange doorbell sound that may or may not have been in my head has me very interested. Flowers from nowhere. A small prologue. I'm not particularly sensitive to the paranormal. I know people who are, and sometimes I find myself slightly jealous. But also lucky. Lucky that I don't have the same gift as they do. I've had a few notable paranormal experiences in my life, mostly because I had to go looking for them. Still, I had many more experiences that were only interesting in that I don't really truly know if what I was experiencing was paranormal or if it was just my mind playing tricks on me. What I'm about to share is one of the most positively paranormal things I've ever experienced. It was November 11th of last year, Veterans Day in the US, Armistice Day elsewhere, the anniversary of the end of World War I. I was driving to work that morning. It was pretty cold and drizzly. I had the radio on, but I was kind of lost in my own thoughts. As I was getting closer to work, I remembered that it was Veterans Day. I consciously took a moment to think about veterans of all of our nation's wars. But before I knew it, I was much deeper in that thought. That moment of recognition turned into me solemnly imagining what it must have been like on 11/11/1918 on a stereotypically depicted battlefield of World War I. I imagined the confines of wet trenches, the weariness and tenseness that must have been felt at the end of that war. I imagined looking out of a trench upon the infamous no man's land. That was barren of life and vegetation, and how desolate it must have been. I imagined what it must have been like on that exact day under gray and dreary skies, just like today, to hear that the war was over, to hear the guns fall silent, and to look upon the scarred land. I imagined what the relief must have felt like, but also the awe and sorrow thinking about all that had been done. Suddenly I was back in my car, surrounded by the smell of lush and powerfully fragrant flowers. It was incredible. The smell was so strong it was as if you had walked into a flower store, and that the car was just utterly full of them. I immediately recognized what was happening. I breathed deeply and smiled. I didn't speak, but I mentally gave thanks and acknowledgement to whoever was there. The smell lasted for at most 15 seconds. It was strong and full for at least the first 7 seconds, as I sniffed deeply some more to try to appreciate it as much as possible. Then the smell began to quickly fade, and just like that, it was gone. I was left with a sense of profound satisfaction, serenity, and appreciation. I drive this route to work every day. Never have I ever smelled anything odd, chemical-like, or remotely confusing along that stretch of road, let alone the smell of flowers so strong it felt as if I were surrounded by them. Keep in mind also that this was a cold November morning. You all know as well as I do that the colder it is outside, the less fragrances you pick up on. I also ruled out my brain confusing the smell with the smell of exhaust or roadkill or anything like that. If I were to drive by a car with a stinky exhaust, that smell seems to linger for entirely too long before my car's ventilation system can cycle it out. The same can be said with the smell of a dead skunk. The smell I experienced was strong, sudden, and gone within a very short period of time. I absolutely loved this experience. I don't know if I tapped into something in that moment or that someone from beyond picked up on my recognition like some kind of radio signal. All I know is that no reasonable or scientific explanation could debunk this experience. It was absolutely phenomenal. I feel that what I received was perhaps an acknowledgement of thanks for taking time to remember people and their struggle. Or perhaps in that moment I tapped onto something far away in time and in place. Either way, I'm grateful for the experience. My strangest experiences. The first happened to me when I was in high school, around 6 to 7 years ago. I had this friend who lived with her dad in a triplex. The entire building was just her and her father and a very odd and old lady that lived on the ground floor. The building was pretty old and not very well maintained, but still decent and comfortable. Her dad's bedroom and attached bathroom, an office, a dining room, living room, and kitchen, they were all on the first floor. The second floor was a bathroom and 2 bedrooms, which were her sister's. But they both had already moved out, and the last floor was her bedroom. Her dad was a hoarder. Some rooms, like the first floor's office, weren't accessible, but I think his room was the worst. You could walk in it, but I remember that the floor was just covered in coins. It got better as you got to the higher floors, and my friend's room was the clearest. Her dad had a stable job, a good job, and he made a good amount of money. He was shy, very discreet. He never talked too much and always in a calm, low voice. He also always moved slowly. Anyways, had that little sad smile and kind eyes. And I was a friend to her since the second year of middle school, and he never tried to learn anything about me. He wasn't close with his daughters, but he loved them very much and he was a nice man overall, always welcoming us into his home no matter when. I'm saying was because I haven't seen this friend nor her dad since the end of high school, and I don't know what they're up to today. He was always at work or at home, and always alone. When he was at home, most of the time he was sitting in the same chair in the living room watching TV or in his room. When I say most of the time, I mean that he wasn't making something to eat or sleeping in his room. I never saw him anywhere else in this apartment. And I've been there many times when I knew her because we were kind of close. Also, she always told me that he was pretty different when they first moved here, and with her sisters too. He wasn't a hoarder at the time, much more active, and he had a ton of renovation projects for their triplex, which never went all the way. All around the apartment, but mostly in the kitchen you could see notes on the walls done by him or professionals for renovation works. So one day I rang her doorbell, and her dad opens the door as usual. He just says to me that my friend is in her room, and he goes into the kitchen. I cross the living room to go to the stairs, and on the 3rd step, without any reason, I turn my head back. The stairs are open in this floor, and you can see the entire living room and the open dining room from it. And on her dad's chair, I see a man looking up to me. But, I don't really see him either. I mean, I remember him perfectly. I could draw him without hesitation, until this day. He was middle-aged, thin, with grizzled hair, like he hadn't shaved for a few days. I remember his facial features very well, but I don't remember exactly if his beard was also grizzling. He was wearing very simple clothes that could be from any time between the 50s and nowadays, like a dark blue sweater and I think white pants. I think I saw shoes, though. And also, when I try to remember that moment when we looked at each other, I remember it as if I saw him in a transparency. But it may be because it was very fast. I did see him clear as day, and I didn't even blink, and I just didn't see him anymore. I saw him long enough I could draw him, but I noticed his deep, sad expression, almost supplicating. Maybe a little bit much, but I can't find another word for it. It was a very strong feeling of overwhelming sadness. But it was like at the same time as I was seeing him, he was already gone. Can't describe it better. I stayed here for 1 or 2 seconds and I shrugged it off, thinking it was like when you see a shadow in the corner of your eye. Or maybe I dreamt it for a second. I must also add that it was a time when my friend and our other friends and I were on weed and drunk most of the time, day or night, so I might have thought it had something to do with that. I just got up the stairs, didn't tell her, and forgot about it. A few days went by, and one morning before high school, she comes to us, tells us that the day before, when her dad was at work, she was watching TV on her dad's chair, instead of on the sofa as she used to, when for no reason she raised her head from the screen to the hallway that led to the entrance in the kitchen. And in the same frame of the hallway, there was a man sticking his head as if he was hiding behind the frame, looking at her. She added that she wasn't sure that she saw him because he immediately wasn't here anymore, but she could describe it as clear as day. I instantly remembered the guy I saw, and I cut her off briskly, just describing the guy. She didn't see his pants nor his shoes, but she confirmed everything else, even his sad, supplicating expression. Our other friends weren't as shocked as us two, but she and I talked a lot about it the next few days. She told me that some stuff had been happening for some time, but she never thought it was actually anything to think about. Like school stuff or a shoe from a pair disappearing for a few days, reappearing in strange places, that kind of thing. We always tried to rationalize everything, but neither she nor I were totally convinced by the explanations that we would find. There was always something in our explanations that didn't stick with the rest, and it wasn't long before we were both very scared of her triplex, helped by our imaginations and drinking and smoking habits. A few days after we skipped a class to go drink somewhere, we brought a cheap bottle of wine. The closest place to find something to open was her dad's place. He was at work at the time, and her mom lived in the same town as her dad and us, and she was always staying less and less at her dad's since we talked about the guy. That day, when she was opening her triplex's door, we were so scared, saying we needed to open the bottle fast and get out immediately. We went in, rushed to the kitchen, found a bottle opener, and when we started opening it, we heard loud noises from upstairs, like a door slamming shut. We froze and then heard loud and quick footsteps coming from upstairs. It couldn't have been her dad, but he was supposed to be at work, and it was so out of character. We took the bottle opener and just left, running scared to death. Nothing like that ever happened again when I knew her. I don't think anybody had seen that man again at her place. She started to stay at her dad's more and more as this time went by. It was getting complicated between her and her mom, and the only thing that she told me that was happening, quite regularly though, were finding her school stuff full of water and in her bag, the interior of the bag being wet. Even if she checked it in the morning before going to bed, some shoe would be disappearing for days and would always reappear on the sofa, under the blanket in the exact same spot. Or at least it's all I remember, and it can be rationalized pretty easily, by possibly sleepwalking or stuff like that. But we always believed it could also be something else. We didn't stay friends much longer after all that. But because of stupid teenage drama, I don't have any news from her, nor her dad, since the end of high school. I don't know if anything like that's ever been happening since. The second experience happened to me the year after my high school graduation. I went alone to the other side of the globe to visit my mom. It was the first time I saw her alone since I lived a few years with her in my childhood. She had been living on the streets for some years and just got an apartment. As she didn't own many things, there was just a mattress on the floor where we both slept with no sheets, a desk that was here when she moved in, and a plastic garden chair. I stayed there for 10 days, and it was horrible for many reasons. Every night I had horrible nightmares. Not only every night, but every time I would fall asleep at her place. Even if I woke up from a nightmare in the middle of the night and went back to sleep, I would have nightmares again. But that can be explained away by the stress I was having during my stay with her. But one night I was sleeping laying on my side, my back to my mom and her facing the desk and her back to me. I was woken up by what seemed to be around 10 or 20 little hands, smaller than a child's, like 3 to 4 centimeters long, all over the front of my body, face, belly, legs, shoulders, and arms, but not on my back nor the back of my legs, or the back of my arms or the back of my head. They were pulling me towards my mom. I woke up suddenly, sat up, looked around. Nothing, and my mom was snoring. I had experienced sleep paralysis a few times, so I shrugged it off as being something like that, went back to sleep. I don't know if I fell back asleep instantly or if I just closed my eyes, but I immediately felt the hands again. I sat up again quickly and looked around, but still nothing. It was a bit uncomfortable. But I thought it was just a dream, so I tried to sleep again, and again I feel the hands pulling me. This time I woke my mom up and told her it happened 3 times in what felt like a minute or 2. She told me it was the beings in the desk, and that the old lady that left it here had locked them up on here. She told me a name for that kind of being, but I don't remember what it was. My mom suffers from schizophrenia, so I shrugged it off, what she told me. I was expecting that kind of explanation when I woke her up, but when I went back to bed a little scared, but not enough to fall asleep, really. Nothing like that ever happened again while I stayed with her, except the vivid nightmares. The last one happened some years ago. I don't remember exactly when, but I think I was in high school or the end of middle school. I didn't know much about it, but I believed a lot in what I knew about karma and past lives. I had a complicated childhood, and at the time, my only way of explaining why I had to go through so much shit is that I must have done something really bad in a previous life. I was pretty unstable at the time, and one night as I was crying myself to sleep, I thought that I would really want to know if what I thought about my possible past lives was true, and that the best way to have an answer would be to dream about it. So, I was falling asleep and crying, and I was supplicating in my head about every being that could hear me to send me at least a sign. I had the strangest dream that night. There was a little girl in an old school dress in a dark room. She looked at me with a heinous look on her face and told me, "Really? You don't remember?" Then we were both in a countryside house. I don't remember the dream exactly, but what I understood is that it was war. Due to our looks and the looks of the place, I think World War II in France or England. Could be wrong. I was a middle-aged bitter lady who never married nor had children, and I don't know if they were family or neighbors, but I had to take care of a girl and her big brother. I think their parents were dead, or at least missing since some time. They must have been between 8 and 11 years old, and I didn't want nor like being responsible for them. I fought a lot verbally with the brother. Then there's a scene I clearly remember. I was reluctantly making dinner for us 3, and we were sitting at the dinner table. I fought with the boy again, and he left to go upstairs to his room. I didn't care. A few seconds after we heard sounds that I don't remember, but I left the house running. The girl followed me, saying, "Brother's name that I don't remember is still inside." When we were a bit away, a bomb fell on the house. I woke up thinking I had to run for my life without thinking 1 second about choosing 2 children, not even turning my head to see if the girl was with me. That was maybe why I had suffered that much as a child myself. I believed it for some time, but as I grew up, I believed on past lives less and less. And there is some inadequacy on that dream, so now I think it was just that, a dream. Even if I find this coincidence pretty odd. But I think I read somewhere that when you think a lot about something, you have more chances to dream about it. So could also just be that. Still can't explain experience from several years ago. I was talking to my wife today, and had an experience that we had come up with, which we still can't explain. In February 2013, we were dating at the time. We decided to take a weekend trip to a resort on Lake Delavan in Wisconsin. The weather was cold, but not unusually so, and we thought it would be a neat getaway. To set the stage, the place was pretty much deserted when we arrived. It's mostly a summer attraction for families from Illinois to come and go on vacation. There's a beach where you can go swimming, and also a nearby golf course. People also frequently use the resort for weddings. However, when we were there was a thick layer of snow on the resort grounds, and the lake was frozen over from months of sub-freezing temperatures. Not even Valentine's Day was enough to attract more than a handful of guests. We checked in, and we were directed to our room, which was about 2/3 the way down a long deserted hallway. The hallway had a line of rooms on the left side which faced the lake. Walking to the room was kind of eerie because we passed an arcade that was completely deserted and there was no sign of anybody else staying in that wing for the night. The hallway was completely empty and silent. When we arrived at the room, it seemed nice enough and had a pretty view of the frozen-over lake. There was one bed adjacent to the wall nearest the bathroom, which was on the right side when you entered the room. We decided to go out and walk on the ice. As my wife was from a warmer climate and had never done so before, so when we returned, the first strange thing happened. As I opened the door to our room, I realized I'd left the light on. However, it abruptly turned off when we entered the room. It looked like one of those lights that has a timer and a motion sensor, so I dismissed it as a coincidence. The rest of the evening was pretty uneventful. We went to dinner at the restaurant, had a couple of glasses of wine. We were pretty tired and we ended up going to bed pretty early. I woke up around 3 a.m. with an uneasy feeling. The room felt like someone turned the heat off. As I shook off the fogginess of sleep, I noticed a figure standing next to the bed. My hair stood up, and I tried to make out what it was. A woman with dark hair and light-colored dress who was sort of glowing. Before I could make out any more details, she just dissipated. I dismissed this as a dream and eventually drifted back to sleep. About an hour later, I awoke again with the same feeling. She was back. However, this time I was able to make out more details. She appeared to be Native American and had braided hair with light-colored traditional dress. I didn't get the sense that she wanted to harm me. She eventually dissipated again without saying anything or really moving. As I laid in bed paralyzed by what I experienced, my wife abruptly sat up. I said, "Honey, are you up?" Got no response. Her eyes were still closed and she laid back down again. Later, she would tell me that she didn't have any memory of doing this. Didn't go to sleep for a long time that night, but also didn't experience anything else. The next morning we woke up and we were laying in bed talking. We hadn't been dating that long at that time, and I was afraid of making her think I was crazy by telling her what happened. Finally, I decided to do it, see if she remembered anything from the night before. As I recounted my story, the lights on the headboard above us flickered on and off. They were turned off at the time, so I found this to be very strange. And later that morning we went into the bathroom and also noticed that the sink was on full blast. Neither of us recalled even using the sink that morning. We checked out that day and asked the hotel receptionist in passing whether or not the resort had any reports of being haunted. Expected them to laugh it off, but instead I got a very defensive vibe and denial from them. I later researched the lake and the resort and found out that the grounds were home to Native American burial mounds and were also known to be haunted. I had no idea that this was the case before we went. I even found a post discussing how staff reported seeing a woman in a white dress who would wander the halls of the resort. That's the end of today's stories, or tonight. Whether it be morning or night, see you later. Step into the unknown with us, here at Paranormal M. We're your companions on a journey that'll leave you awestruck. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications to stay up to date with our latest captivating tales. And if you could, drop a comment. Helps us out. We hope you're in for a spine-tingling experience. Man in the Top Hat. I work in a care home. Death isn't uncommon, but one thing that always pops up is the man in the top hat. Although us workers try to keep it quiet for them residents so they don't question it or panic. Initially, because I work in a care home for those with dementia and Alzheimer's, I always put them by saying that I saw a man in a top hat to be something to do with their illness. However, it began to change after I had many ghostly encounters in the care home. I only recently asked my shift leader about the paranormal activity. I knew that she had worked here for years and done night shifts all her life. She told me about many ghosts and who they are and what they do, but what stood out the most is the man in the top hat. My mom and sister also work in the care home. I decided to ask my mom this morning about the man in the top hat. She told me how it's deemed as the death doctor, and many people had seen it, not only residents. Apparently he's been seen at night, lingering at the doorways of residents' rooms or windows. Shortly after, the resident who he visited would die. Whether it took an hour, a day, or a week, death would be inevitable for them. One story that stood out was my manager told me that they were once seeing, I guess she took a passed away client to the toilet and she was fine. She could dress herself, feed herself. She was a perfectly normal old lady, except the deteriorating dementia. She began to go crazy and scream about feeling a worm crawl inside her and seeing a thin silhouette of a man in a top hat and a black coat. Apparently he was in the bathroom with her. She then turned back to normal, finished up on the toilet, stood up, but then instantly just dropped dead. If anyone has any stories about the man in the top hat and genuinely believes in him the way I do, reach out. The hum. I don't know how old I was. Maybe 11, 12. It was late one night. My room was above the garage in my house, and I had 2 dormer windows since I was right in the roof. Put a piece of cardboard in a door and made a little sleeping nook in one of them, right under the window. I had a phase in which that was where I slept, right underneath. I had an iPod Touch that I would watch episodes of Chowder on. That's what I was lying there doing before going to sleep. It was pretty late at night and I was beginning to doze off when I heard it. A frightening sound shot me awake. It sounded like a plane right outside the window. The sound of a jet engine that shook my room, pierced my ears. It was the most terrifying thing I've ever heard because it was so real. I, at the time, immediately thought there were aliens just outside my window looking to try to find me, and I was too scared to get up and look outside. I lived in a neighborhood far away from any bustling activity. It was a clear summer night. We didn't have much more than 3 neighbors yet, because it was a new street. No one was driving past, and it wasn't sound from nearby. It was just a loud engine humming outside my window. Lasted for a good amount of time. I was so scared for my life and didn't know what to do. But eventually it stopped. It was gone. No noise. Straight back to dead silence. I got up and looked outside, but there was nothing there. No vehicles on the street or in the driveway. My parents were asleep downstairs on the opposite side of the house, so I decided to play games on my iPod to distract myself until I fell asleep. The next day, no one in my family talked about it. I figured no one else had heard it, that I was perhaps just insane and delusional. I didn't bring it up or ask if anybody else had heard the loud noise the night before. Years passed. I never heard the noise again. I was now 17 or 18 years old, and my brother's girlfriend brought up something about his one alien experience, to which he corrected her in saying that he never said it was aliens. It's just an eerie situation. I asked him to tell me what it was. He told me practically exactly the same story I've stated prior to this point, except from his perspective. His room was down the hall from mine, but shared a window corner with me to the driveway. He had an entire wall of mostly one window and described the same noise I heard. But he looked into the driveway while it was happening, saw nothing there. He's 2 years older than me. I was so excited to know I wasn't crazy, and that it did happen. My mom doesn't recall the event, but she was either asleep or couldn't hear it from the other side of the house. Tonight the noise came up in conversation between my brother and I again. I decided to look it up. The closest thing I could find was a phenomenon called the hum. The hum seems to be described the same way as my brother and I heard it, but for other people it was a recurring noise nightly, whereas he and I only heard it once. I've also read how it could be too much pressure in plumbing lines causing them to shake, but those articles still proved to be a reoccurring noise which we didn't have. So, was it the hum? Was it a plumbing problem? Or was it some sort of ship hovering above or nearby my house? I'll never know, and that still scares me to this day. I think my apartment is haunted. So we didn't just move into this apartment, but we've only been here since August. Myself, a 23-year-old female, my boyfriend, a 23-year-old male, and my dog, a 1-year-old female pit bull, and my sister, a 27-year-old female. We all live together. It's a decently sized 2-bedroom. When we first moved in, nothing felt off about it that anybody has mentioned. I always felt a little apprehensive being in our room by myself. And in the bathroom when you turn the lights off because of the way the doors are. You have to stay in there in the dark to exit because you can't get to the light switch with the door open. Or that stereotypical, I'm washing my face and I think there's going to be something there when I open my eyes feeling that we all get, right? I'm also a huge scary YouTube videos and horror movie fan, which is what I assumed it was. You know how you watch a scary video and then everything a ghost all of a sudden? Everything is a ghost, basically. Because I'm starting to think that maybe I'm just more sensitive than the other two, at least to the paranormal, and that there's something here. So the first thing that happened that was really strange was one night my dog was in my sister's room, just hanging out with her in her bed. Now my sister had just recently gotten a snake, but my dog didn't seem too concerned with it, one way or another. Well, that night Azula started barking in Ash's room, and we couldn't figure out at what. At first we thought maybe it was because the snake moved. So we took her out of Ash's room, brought her to the living room so we didn't stress either of them out more. But Zoo kept barking. We realized she was barking at the door, as if someone was outside. But nobody had knocked, so I held Zoo's collar and Ash went to the door and opened it. Nobody in sight. Mind you, it's like 1 a.m. at this time. We showed Zoo that nothing was out there. She wouldn't calm down and kept barking for a few more minutes until she finally stopped. We didn't think too much of it. Maybe she heard a car and got scared or something, right? Well, shortly after this, my boyfriend was home alone. I was at work and my sister was out shopping with our granny. Destin said that he heard the door open and assumed that Ash or I had come home early. He didn't go investigate, and Zoo didn't react to it as far as I know. So then 30 minutes later, Ash did come home, and Destin came out of our room to greet her and ask what she forgot in her car. He assumed the previous door opening was her coming home but forgot something in her car, so she went to go get it and come back. Of course, she hadn't, and told him so. So then he asked where I was, assuming the door opening was me coming home from work to grab something if forgotten before returning to work. This also wasn't the case, though. I hadn't come back home since I left for work. So to clarify, the door opened by itself while he was home alone and we didn't know why. Then tonight happened. And now I'm really convinced that this is paranormal and not just coincidental. So I didn't get home until 10 p.m. Dustin had the day off and was on the couch playing video games. My sister got home at about 10:30 p.m. We were all in the living room, Azula included, talking about our days, and then we heard the sound of something glass fall over from the kitchen at around 11 p.m. Nobody was walking around in general, and nobody was in the kitchen. So we all got up and looked around and didn't see anything out of place. That is, until we opened the cabinet with the bowls in it. The stack of bowls that's been in that same spot and had never fallen over since we moved into this apartment fell over, by themselves, in a closed cabinet. Nothing was broken or anything, but I have no way to explain this, not even circumstantially like the two above instances. I think our apartment is haunted. Thoughts and opinions. Although she was a Christian woman from the Deep South, the Deep South is also known for its superstitions and beliefs. My grandmother, who died 10 years ago, almost on this day, was very gifted and was able to communicate with the dead and was very sensitive. There were a few things that happened after her passing. I wanted to tell you guys about one of them. See if any of you have experienced similar things. I always lived in a regular home, on a regular block with my mom. I was always used to being alone because my mom had a very busy career, so I was never afraid of being by myself. She always had to travel and work late, so by the time I was 10, I was used to waking myself up, making my own breakfast, coming home, having a snack, and waiting till she got home around 7 for dinner. So you get the picture. I was used to it in my daily life. I was used to my routine. This particular fall afternoon was no different. That night I got a call from my mom. She told me she wouldn't be home until tomorrow. She had got stuck on location. She was going to finish late. So, she wasn't going to bother driving all the way back from the event that she was at. She would come back in the morning. I told her that that was fine, and that she shouldn't worry. Fast forward to that evening. I was doing what I did best at 16. Locked myself in my room with a large Costco box full of goldfish, a Subway soft drink, and a Domino's cheese pizza, and a Travel Channel Subway and Domino's were around the corner, so that's why it was the usual combination, at least, of Friday night snacks. I was getting tired around 11 and decided to get ready for bed and get cozy, and I would use my phone in bed. Around 11:45, I started to close my eyes. I thought I felt someone in the hall, like when you have your eyes closed but you feel someone approaching. I had assumed it was my mom coming in to do the same thing that she and grandmother had did almost every night of my life. Someone came into my room, gave me a kiss, pulled up my covers, caressed my head, and laid next to me for a moment and whispered, "I love you so much." I felt so safe and warm. The next morning when I woke up, I smelled breakfast in the kitchen. I hear faint music in the kitchen too, happy music. Nothing creepy like you would expect in a weird moment like this. Yes, I thought. Thought my mom was in the kitchen jamming. That meant I was going to have a good-ass breakfast. Moments later, I get a text from my mom saying that she was driving home, and she'd be back before noon. And that I'd better put all my laundry away since it's been laying in the laundry room for 2 days. I thought that That text was weird, so I called her, asked her where she went so early in the morning considering she got home so late. And I had just heard her in the kitchen. She tells me that she hadn't been home, that she was on set for a photo shoot longer than expected. She's a photographer. So she slept in and decided to take her time coming home. She told me to stop imagining things and get a start to my day. Before she hung up, she warned me about the laundry, and I rolled my eyes. I had laundry to do, and I had already made plans with a friend, and folding laundry was not fitting into that plan. As I headed out of my room for the first time that day, I was dreading going to the laundry room on the right side of the hallway. But alas, I looked in the laundry room, and my laundry was there, but it had been folded. It was just a little pin that I wore on my clothes on the top of the pile. A pin that my grandmother had given me, that I kept in my pocket sometimes because I broke the pin. I must have had it in a pants pocket in the machine. I feel like my grandma was trying to communicate with me for a moment, doing something that was almost ritualistic. She would spend a lot of time in my childhood home with me when my mom was on business trips throughout the year. She would always come into my room and go through the same motions, and say the same thing with her extreme Mississippi accent. She staggered out of the room with her cane. I've had this dream a few times right before seeing the town sign. Once a year or two, for the last 10 years, my husband and I drive from Florida to Indiana to visit my family. Out of nowhere on a trip to Indiana, I had a dream that scared the flip out of me after I woke up. All I saw was the woman wearing a long blue dress with long sleeves. There may have been black lace or ribbons on it, maybe from the 1800s to early 1900s. She had long dark hair, maybe a half ponytail. It was dark outside, so I couldn't really see her face. But it was not very settling. Behind her was a sign, and it read Elizabethtown. And the sign and everything behind it was on fire. I woke up, and it was probably between 3 or 5 a.m., I think. And I see my husband still driving, and I look over and saw the same sign. We were entering Elizabethtown, Kentucky. I was so freaked out, but I didn't tell my husband. The next 2 trips on our way there, early in the morning, I once again fell asleep. I had the same dream and woke up those 2 times seeing the sign again. The last trip 2 years ago, I finally told my husband. Couldn't find much answers on the internet. I told him to see if I happened to wake up before, just to make sure I'm not crazy. But I was so scared I stayed awake the whole trip. I even reached out to this Facebook group that posts about hauntings in Kentucky. The only thing they could find was something about a fire that happened many years ago in that town. Has anybody else had an experience like this? I haven't looked into it for a while. For the longest time, I just wondered why, and if there was some strange message that I wasn't seeing. An afternoon with the death. It was exactly the 22nd of October, 2016. I was 19. I was driving home after I passed the day at the house of my friend to prepare the Halloween party. But sadly, on the way home, I got into a car accident. A woman, without watching me, made a U-turn on the street. I crashed into her at 80 kilometers an hour. It's like 50 miles an hour. After the crash, my car flew for around 2 meters, like 3 feet, before stopping against a tree that killed me, literally. I get reanimated by the woman with who I crashed. She was a nurse, so she knew what she was doing. She saved my life. But the point is not that. The point is the moment where I was dead. I remember everything. I've seen my life again like I was watching it on TV, but I had a good feeling like I was free. But there were always these strange dark shadows with me, watching all the time, with me in my life, until I reached the point where I was crashing. And there I've seen the complete crash like I was sitting on the back seat of my car, and this shadow was still with me. I remembered stuff which I thought that I had forgotten. I've seen stuff which I even didn't think that I would be able to remember. I've seen that the woman driving in the other car was speaking at the phone. The police checked her phone and found a call. Then the shadow said to me something, but I wasn't able to hear it until I got a pain in my chest, and I came back to Earth. I felt heavy like I had 4 tons on me. The doctor said that I died for 3 minutes. I didn't get any big damage except that I can't feel the same feelings and emotions as before. Brain damage, or let's call it like this. But the feeling of being free was so unique. Anybody else had this kind of experience and want to share or have a discussion about what we will be finding in the afterlife or what we found? The treadmill, the basement, and the sunroom. I want to start off that I've never been one to necessarily believe in the paranormal. My mind always tells me that there's a rational reason for everything. That being said, there are 3 things that I, decades later, cannot explain away regardless of how hard I try. The first is the story of my treadmill. When I was 13, my family collectively bought me one. It was a good gift considering that I was an introvert but wanted to get more cardio in. By this time, I lived in the attic, a long room with the ceiling sloping down towards the edges. The treadmill was set up and I enjoyed using it for a while. Once high school began, I broke out of my shell and so it fell by the wayside. Cut to 4 a.m. on a weekend, and I get woken up by something that was loud as a drill next to my ear. My parents were already awake, and we quickly saw that it was the treadmill running at its highest setting. My parents went downstairs and told me to turn it off. What I didn't tell them was 1, the key that needed to be inserted for it to run was not plugged into the bottom of the console. 2, it was not plugged into the wall. When I went to pull the cord from the socket, I saw that I had removed it from the outlet at some point. As soon as I grabbed onto the unplugged cord, it immediately shut off. I have no explanation to explain how that was possible. The second unexplained thing was my basement. In high school, it was converted into an entertainment center for me and my friends. The basement was partitioned so you had what looked like a lobby on one side, and on the other side was the standard boiler, washer, dryer, etc. Almost every time I was downstairs, I got a weird feeling that something was watching me. The feeling would always get worse when I had to go upstairs. Once my foot was on the first step, I would always run as fast as I could to the top. It was though I sensed an invisible hand was about to grab the back of my shirt and drag me back down. When I got to the top, I felt safe, but couldn't bring myself to turn around, except for one time. So it was the usual listening to music and playing on my PlayStation when I needed to go upstairs for dinner. I turned everything off, hit the stairway running. Now the light for the basement was at the top to the right-hand side. Pushed my hand against it, turned it off, but something told me I should look back to prove my paranoia was getting the best of me. Suffice it to say, it was not. At the bottom of the stairs in the darkness, I saw 2 eyes that looked feline staring back up. The color in them was a yellowish red. Now, we had cats and a dog, but we always made sure that there was no way they would unintentionally go downstairs. Additionally, I'd say that it was some sort of animal that managed to get in, but there was no way that they could. Our basement only had one window, and it was glued shut. The other reason I could tell that it wasn't any animals that we had or could even describe because, judging by the height which the eyes were, it was tall enough to be at least 4 feet. I was petrified, got into a staring contest with what I saw. The eyes never blinked, and so I took a back step, slammed the door, stopped using the basement as an entertainment space, and moved everything upstairs to my room. Lastly, this is not an encounter, but strictly a feeling. I had grandparents who lived in Clearwater in Florida. We would drive down once a year to visit them for 2 weeks. Going to attempt to explain the layout without going overboard. You could enter the house in 2 ways, through the garage door which led into the living room, or up the path, which would bring you into a sunroom. The sunroom wrapped around, going from the living room and swinging around in an L shape that led to the kitchen, or turning left to my grandparents' bedroom. If you went in through the garage and took 5 paces, you could turn to your right where there would be a T intersection. To the left was one bedroom that my parents stayed in. To the right was the room I stayed in. In the middle was the bathroom. What I can't explain is this. I was deathly afraid of the sunroom, especially at night. During the day, it gave off a feeling that the room did not want anyone in there. The night, however, was a completely different story. Once bedtime hit, 9 to 10, all the lights would shut off. I kept mine on because I grew up with some sort of light on, still do to this day. When I'd either feel the need or woke up to go to the bathroom, the pit of my stomach would drop. I would open the door, close my eyes, and then turn right. Once I was in the bathroom, I would open them. When I was leaving, I would instinctively close my eyes again until I made it back to the bedroom. There were only a few times where I would sneak a peek down the hallway and see the sunroom. Never saw anything, but my gut would tell me to close my eyes. This was never something I outgrew, and the last time I was there was at the age of 21. Still could not bring myself to stare down the hallway from that bathroom. My grandmother moved out of the house and my grandfather passed away, so I no longer had to contend with that, but I can't explain what made that room feel so ominous and frightening. There are the 3 strange encounters and feelings that my mind cannot use logic to explain. Maybe someone out there can make sense of what I witnessed. I stopped trying long ago. New here and want to share my personal experience. We moved into our house back in 2005. I was about 10 years old. The house was enough for our little family. My dad decided to rent out one of our rooms to one of his family friends that also worked for him. My dad's friend, Abel, he was a 34-year-old man, didn't have a significant other and was saving up to make a house down in Mexico. Abel lived with us for a while, and he was very nice to all of us, especially my then 4-year-old brother. Abel's room always smelled like him. He smelled of must and grease, partly due to his job. If you walked by his room, you could smell this odor pretty strongly. It wasn't a bad smell, just his smell. Anyhow, Abel lived with us for 4 years until he had gathered enough money to buy a really nice brand new truck and to make his house down in Mexico. I took over Abel's room, and over time his odor left the room and was replaced with mine. In the summer of 2011, my grandparents were having their 50th anniversary. My mother and little brother left to Kansas, while my younger sister, father, and I stayed back in our home in Colorado that we would later join my mom and little brother a few days later. On July 10th, I woke up, played video games, packed my clothes for our trip to Kansas in a few days. I remember that around 4 p.m. I opened the door to my room to play video games, and as I opened my door, I was bombarded with Abel's strong odor. This would be the start of my paranormal experience. I didn't understand why the room smelled like Abel. I lived in that room for about 1.5 years. His odor was gone by then. Also, the windows were literally opened. Why did the room smell so strongly of him? I had no idea. I asked my sister to smell my room as well. She also agreed that it smelled very much like him. As the evening turned into night, I thought nothing of it. I went to bed, got ready for sleep. I turned off all the lights and started to drift away only to be awoken by the scariest sound outside of my bedroom window. It was around midnight, and a cat was literally screaming bloody murder and hissing directly at my bedroom window. It was yelling and hissing and making the strangest noises. This is something that has never, ever happened. I quickly threw the blanket over my head and went to sleep. When I woke up the next morning, I got breakfast. My dad started to scold me. He asked me why I had turned on our stereo downstairs in the living room at 1 a.m. I was confused. I told him I didn't do anything like that. He said I was lying. I asked him to explain what had happened exactly. My dad said that around 1 a.m. he was going to bed, and he was awoken by loud music. He got out of the bedroom and into our living room to find the stereo full blast on a particular song in Spanish. The title of the song is called Adios, Adios, Adios by Los Acosta, a Mexican band that my dad's a huge fan of. If you don't know Spanish, the literal translation of the song title is literally Goodbye, Goodbye, Goodbye. He and I were stunned. We didn't know what to think. Told him about my experience as well. All he could do is scratch his head. Later, we called my mom and little brother as we were going to head out to Kansas soon. My mom shared something very weird with us. She told us that my little brother dreamt that Abel had died. My dad would later confirm this. He was curious and went online to see if what my brother said was true. My dad had found an article online from his state in Mexico about a man that had died. The man in question was crushed to death by his truck. Police believed that he took a wrong turn, ended up being squished by the truck and eventually dying. As we looked at the truck, we realized it was the same truck Abel had bought. The truck didn't have a single scratch or dent, however. It looked like it was brand new. We were all in shock. Everything that had happened was not just a mere coincidence. Abel was going around saying his goodbyes. This has completely changed how I view life after death. Made me realize there's such a thing as life after death. How else can I explain all of these things? It had to be Abel. He came to visit us to say goodbye. This will forever stay with me. And in a sense, there's a great comfort to know that life doesn't end when we die. Amusement park ghost telling us to leave. A few years ago, I visited my friend who lives abroad. We decided to go inside an old amusement park that had been abandoned years ago. As a kid, my friend visited the place every week, so it was pure nostalgia for her. We snuck through a hole in the fence, entered the park. The park was taken back by nature, mostly overgrown and with small, swampy puddles everywhere. We were nervous about snakes hiding in the grass, and about the big pack of feral dogs roaming the property. But the paranormal hadn't crossed our minds. Upon entering the park, the dogs bark at us, warning us to leave them alone. So we avoid the area where they are and go explore. We seem to be the only people there. After a good 30 minutes of exploring, we stumble upon an empty karaoke bar. The place feels off somehow, not like the other buildings that we encountered. My friend explains that this building is not what it seems. Karaoke bars in her country are often a cover for alcohol, which was illegal back then, prostitution. She doesn't recognize the place though, which is weird since she spent a big part of her childhood at this park. We figured that it must have been a bit hidden away from the crowd since it was likely linked to illegal activity. The moment we entered the building, my attention was immediately drawn towards a creepy door with a broken glass panel. You could see that there was nothing on the other side, but somehow the darkness behind the door seemed more solid. I stared at it for at least a good 15 seconds before I tell myself to stop freaking out about a door. While we explore the first door, I hear footsteps right behind me. Thinking it was my friend, I turn around, ready to make a stupid joke about her creeping up on me. But she isn't there. I see her on the other side of the room, at least 8 meters away from me. I chalk it up to weird acoustics. Don't tell her about it. Do you know that feeling you get when people are staring at you? That's how the second floor felt. It was as if we walked into a crowded room, except there was nobody there. Like on the first floor, the darkness of some unlit areas somehow seemed too dark, more solid. I became increasingly nervous, but I didn't tell my friends I didn't want to sound crazy. Soon my friend stopped in her tracks and said that she wasn't comfortable exploring any further. She later described that the room was a black hole. She recalls feeling as if all her movements were slower than normal, and her brain was foggy. This was right above the door that freaked me out so much. Back on the first floor, we feel silly for being nervous and try to overcome our fears. I decide to open a door adjacent to the freaky door, which was easier said than done. The door was stuck, and I had to put my weight behind it to get it open. We saw a glimpse of a small storage room before the door was slammed shut again. We almost made a run for it. Since we were stubborn, we didn't really want to give in to our fears and, quote-unquote, be pussies. We took a few more pictures of the room before we left. Yes, Gecko, I know. Once outside, we rationalized it by saying that it must have been some sort of animal, a stray dog maybe a gecko, but we're not convinced. Opening the door took some strength, so what animal could have closed it with such force? There was barely any space between the open door and the wall, so I doubt that it could have been a person hiding there. We talk for a bit to lighten the mood, and we feel braver now that we're outside again. We decide to visit her favorite attraction next, the pirate ship. In the past, it would swing back and forth, but now we couldn't get it to move no matter how much we tried. We both pushed it with all of our full body weight, but the ship wouldn't budge. We take a few photos while we chat about my friend's memories of the park. All of a sudden, the pirate ship begins to move. Slow at first, so slow that I thought I imagined it, but then it starts to swing more clearly. Since we don't feel the creepy vibes that we felt at the karaoke bar, we decide to stay and watch. After a few minutes, my friend remarks that we should head back soon, since we wouldn't want to be in the place after dark. Immediately after these words left her mouth, it gets darker, as if it was suddenly twilight. Remember the dogs who barked when we entered? They had been quiet since they realized we weren't a threat, but now they go wild, barking and howling in the distance. My friend and I don't hesitate to make a run for it. We run through the dark, overgrown park while the dogs go crazy. It was surreal. Once we reach the hole in the fence, we crawl out as fast as we can. Suddenly, we feel safe again. I swear to God, once outside, the sun was shining bright again. We looked up to see if it was just a well-timed cloud that moved in front of the sun, but we couldn't see anything. To this day, my friend is convinced that something told us to leave, since it got dark right after we decided to go home once it was getting dark. I don't believe in these kind of theories, But feeling-wise, it genuinely felt as if we went through some sort of gateway when we entered that park. As if it was its own little world. The contrast was just that big. Back home, we talked about our experiences. Apparently, we both felt uneasy in the karaoke bar long before we actually voiced those feelings. I told her about the creepy vibe I got from the door and showed her a picture that I took of it when we first entered the building. She tells me she feels the same thing, took a picture just before we left. Upon comparison, we realized that the door is cracked open a little bit in the photo, but in hers, it's half open. These photos were taken 5 minutes apart. It seems very unlikely that someone snuck in to open it while we were on the second floor. The dog pack was in a different area of the park, and there was no wind that day. I don't have an explanation, but given our other experiences at the park, it's creeped me out a little more. Like I said, I have experienced strange things before, but nothing like this. In the hour that we spent at the park, I went from a skeptic to a believer. I would love to go back someday to see what happens. Thoughts can't explain what happened to this day. So when I was about 18, I had some sort of paranormal encounter. I'll share my story. Can't wait to hear your verdict. My younger sister and I had acquired a nice apartment close to the campus in a sleepy little town in East Texas. We had immigrated to the U.S. for further studies. We were excited to be on our own, far from parental prying eyes. We were thrilled with our apartment, spacious, and we had bought some cheap, cute furnishings. Pretty soon we settled into the routine of college life. There were some oddities with the place that at first we didn't pay much attention to. The first was that despite the multiple large windows in each room, the sunlight never quite managed to filter into the apartment. The interior remained gloomy, so much so that we normally had to have lights on during the day. The second issue is that we started experiencing electrical wiring issues, lights flickering. Once even had a full-blown electrical fire start in the bathroom, but that's for another day. My sister and I also started experiencing sleep paralysis. We had never had this issue before. Got so weird we found ourselves piling in the living room floor as we were both scared of our rooms. One night we both had the same weird experience. Started out as sleep paralysis. Then I saw a shadow man standing at my half-open door staring at me. Couldn't move. First thing on my mind was, who came into my room? Never sleep with any door open. I'm religious about firmly shutting cabinets, closets, any type of door or drawer before going to bed. While my brain was wrestling with that, I heard my sister scream and the paralysis was broken. The shadow figure disappeared. I ran to her room to find her babbling about a shadow man watching her from her doorway. We'd experienced the same exact thing. She had also been in sleep paralysis at first, when she became aware of him. A few days after that, I was in my room. I had an older radio alarm clock that was on my bedside table. It was rarely used as it malfunctioned quite a bit. This night, for some reason, I decided to sleep with my head on the opposite side of the bed. At the foot, or opposite side of the bed at the foot, there was a second-story window on that side of the room, and I guess I liked the moonlight across my face. Later, deep in the night, I started hearing strange sounds. At first, I thought it was static from the alarm clock. It was a mix of underlying sounds, guttural growling, cat meowing, a baby crying, all at the same time. Very creepy. It was coming from the window. First instinct was to pull back the drapes, but after taking a closer step, a chill ran right through me. That was an inhuman sound. It It sounded like a cacophony of voices, some humans, others not, some animal. I ran out and brought my sister into the room. We listened in horror. The lamp that I had used to sleep with shattered. The room was now pitch dark. We ran out and shut the door. We had an after-hours emergency number which we used. Thankfully, having no family in the U.S., the office manager was very motherly and had always insisted that we use it for any reason. The groundsman lived in the same complex. It was around 4 a.m. by the time he showed up. We were surprised as the gent that showed up was unfamiliar to us, but we assumed he might have been filling in for the regular guy. Half frightened to death, we explained the chain of events to him. He walked to my bedroom, turned on the bedroom light, looked out of the window. Of course, the noise was no longer ongoing. It was a calm morning, no wind. We were on the second floor. His explanation was that there was a cleaning lady downstairs. Maybe we overheard her cleaning and got spooked. Yeah, right. After he walked off, barely hiding a grin, we slept the rest of the night camped out in the living room. The weirdest part, though, was the next day. We went in to see the office manager. She was a friendly sort, and the groundskeeper was her son-in-law. When we brought up the incident, it was the first time she was hearing of it. She called her son-in-law, and he was even more surprised to hear the events. 1. Nobody had been cleaning the apartment downstairs. 2. Who was the guy that showed up when we had dialed the emergency contact number? We moved out as soon as possible. A few other creepy things happened, and the entity followed me to my next solo place, but I've been rid of it for at least a decade. I am hypersensitive to energy, though. What do you all think? Me and my friend encountered an unknown being. So me and my friend believe we've encountered something truly weird, and we've both been being quite shook up about it. For context, this happened today at 6 p.m. Pretty much dark at this point in England due to it being close to winter. I'll call my friend C in this for anonymous reasons. Me and C walked uphill with our torches on so we could see more in front of us and keep an eye on our dogs. We reached this part that we call the mixed view, which is one of those historical points you find in a park with information and history engraved on stone. There are benches. We finally sat down after being lost for an hour, and it seemed like nobody was there, so we let our dogs have a sniff around and begin to sit and relax for a moment. As we begin to sit, we saw what happened to be a really tall human form stood not too far from us, shining a light on us with small red bits shining through. We thought it might have been the park groundskeeper coming up to check that we were okay. But all this thing did was stand there, not moving, with a light shining on us. C looked at me uncomfortably at this point, and I felt unsettled. So we decided to whisper, because we were pretty much frozen. My dog didn't even approach it, and my dog usually approaches everyone and anything, and is usually very friendly. But his heckles were up on his ears and tail pointed. He would not take his eyes off this thing. I tried to call him. He wasn't too far in front of me, and he wouldn't come to me. He stood there frozen too. C's dog also had the same stance and refused to move his eyes away. I know for a fact if my dog is behaving like that, it's usually a bad sign, so I whispered to C to move away and to go back to the entrance, which was about a mile away. She agreed, so we slowly got up and walked backwards. This thing starts to move towards us after standing there for a good 5 minutes. We both instinctively started fast walking. This tall figure thing with the light still shining starts to go into a jog. So me and C start running. We ran for half a mile. I don't think I've even ran that fast since the bleep test in school. We finally looked back to see if it caught up with us after going a different route. Luckily, we escaped, but it could have been bad. It's really bugging me as I can't figure out what that thing was because we shined a light on it, but all we could see was a tall, dark figure, and our torches are strong enough to make out who would be behind a smaller light. It was like approximately 6'9" or 7 feet. No facial features. It seemed not to have an outline of any clothes. It was very slender and had shining tiny red lights appearing every now and then, at least on the body. Didn't speak or wasn't vocal. The only action it did was stare at us for 5 minutes. Any of you guys got an idea what this could be? My experience to confirm my belief. Before my band became a thing, my friends would go to this house and hang out with another friend. We would often stay the night as my friend, Logan, had a crush on this chick that lived there, and we all went to high school together. The first night staying there, you could from the start feel that something was off. But I played it off as just a new place with new people. That is, until this first event happened. I was sleeping upstairs in a sort of a second den on a sofa, while my friend and his crush slept in her room. Also sleeping in the second den was a friend Laura and Devin. Her in the recliner, and him on the floor mat. I just started to doze off when the closet off the steps turned on. Thinking to myself, okay, well, no big deal, could be chick's mom looking for something. A few moments go by and no noise at all. Then a radio turns on. By now I'm laying bricks in my pants, but hey, at least this ghost had a good taste in music. After what seemed like 5 or 10 minutes, the radio shuts off, and I finally fall asleep. The next day, of course, I asked the chick's mom if she was looking for something upstairs. She said no, and that the closet has no power, certainly no plug for a radio. That's when I learned about the history of the house from her, and that it was haunted. She claimed and confirmed with a newspaper article from sometime in the 1900s. She found it in her basement. Apparently, there was 5 permanent spirits, and others that would come and go and either hang out for a few days or only once. She strongly believed there was a portal to the basement. You know how crazy it actually is to take a shower and you be scared that when you pull the curtain back something might be on the other side? Terrifying. The 5 spirits, from what I can remember, are a young boy, roughly 8. He fell in the well on the property, and the community couldn't get him out, so they had to seal it. Trust me, I know it sounds weird out there. I didn't believe it either until she showed me the newspapers. I honestly would have called her out for trying to scare me if it wasn't for that child and me actually experiencing the child. 1 year after my band departed, me and my chick kept hanging out, and she was a year younger than me and a grade behind. So she left for school and I slept in. Chick has a little brother named Benji, we'll say. While I was asleep and I felt the foot of the bed bow down, and I say, "Go downstairs, Benji, I'll be down to play in a minute." Upon saying this, I rethink, wait, he isn't allowed upstairs. And then I see this boy on the bed looking at me. Not in a scary or menacing way, just watching me. Have Have you ever seen an old photograph that's aged? Looks brown or yellowish. That's what he looked like. He was wearing overalls, had short hair, and a blank expression. He then stood up, walked to the dark corner of the room, and vanished. She has blackout curtains to make the room darker, and that was my only encounter with the child. Next is the old lady. This old lady would like to play tricks. Never seen her, but things would come up missing or moved, like my shoes, keys, pop cans would knock over, door handles would jiggle. The last two I did experience was while I was playing Xbox. The cowboy. Cliché, I know, but this house was built sometime in the late 1800s. I think it was around Christmas. We were friends for years. I was watching something in the main room in the TV and I smelled something off. That wasn't cooking. Smelled of a strong cigar. And then the stairs leading upstairs creaked, and you could hear spurs cling and clang from the old boots, and eventually hear thuds of a man walking around. This happened on 2 occasions. I know I said 5, but I didn't witness all 5, in fact. I don't know what the 5th one is or was. I could be the same or separate from the last one I'm about to explain. This last one is what caused me to stop going to this house. And a few months later, my friends had a falling out, and we all stopped hanging out for one reason or another. One moved and the other got jealous. The other got a job, life and growing up. But this last one I'll never forget. My band just got done opening a show for another local band. We were crashing at this chick's house for the night after a little partying. My guitarist Devin and I fell asleep in the main room. It was a full moon out, and the house had bay windows. If it is on Google Maps, you'll see the windows first floor right side. So the moonlight was shining in. I just started to fall asleep in a recliner, my guitarist behind me on the sofa. As I was dozing off, I felt something tap the back of my chair. It tapped 2 or 3 times. I thought it was my guitarist throwing stuff at me. I told him to stop and I was trying to sleep. Then I felt a harder tap. I looked back and he was passed out. The entire house was. Her mother's room was downstairs, 2 rooms over from the kitchen. Her mom, my guitarist, and I were the only ones downstairs. My drummer, the chick, and her 2 friends were upstairs. The house was oddly quiet. I then thought, okay, it must be the old woman. I got up and moved to the other smaller couch, thinking that she just wanted to sit in the chair. As I moved to the couch and laid down, I couldn't sleep. I felt as if something was watching me and I was scared. I scanned the room for a bit and saw this shadow in the upper right corner, left from the street view. This shadow was not a natural darkness. It was darker than dark, and we stared at each other. Even as I type this years later, I still get goosebumps. It then quickly moved to the left, then right, then left, then to the center top of the window. I gasped. It then fell to the floor and went to the right corner of the wall. It went left to right again. I start yelling for Devin, "Wake up, wake up, wake up!" He's dead to the world. The shadow then begins to quickly crawl toward me. Think about how the Grudge crawls. It gets close, I kick, and then shout, "No!" And I swear on everything, as quickly as the thing vanished, literally everyone in the house woke up. My guitarist shot up, looked at me. Her mom came out and asked what was going on. "Your house is fucking haunted, Joe." The people upstairs woke up and shouted down if everything was all right. Spent the rest of the night in the band van. Later after the event, I learned that the shadow or another shadow that hung out in the third room upstairs would target her younger brother, not Benji. She had two brothers, a young child Benji and an older brother, middle child Joey that we'll call him. This shadow, or maybe another, that's why I said 5, would target Joey, and he would wake up in the mornings naked and confused. He was old enough to start changing and thinking certain ways, but still too young to be sleeping in the nude. He would often sleepwalk, talk, and wake up confused and undressed. He moved into his grandmother's house and lived there most of the time, visiting occasionally, but this house was so haunted, it literally pushed him out of his room. It was off limits to everyone that would come hang out. And even the people living there wouldn't go in unless needing to look for something as a last resort. There was a small office room upstairs across from the closet. In the beginning of this, that's where we would use the laptop to try and get EVPs. We would leave in the dead room upstairs and leave for a few hours to come back and see what it picked up. And picked up things it did. Obviously, we could hear her mom doing stuff downstairs, and if a loud noise would occur, we could quickly determine that it was her. But there were also other things. Quiet footsteps, voices, and not like one or two from the same voice, multiple voices, from multiple sources, almost full conversations or parts of. We could hear things move around, tip over and turn on. It was the wildest thing. I don't know if Chick or her mom still own that laptop or if the thing even still works. We tried videotaping things with their camcorder and webcam, but never caught anything that smartphones didn't really work either. But anyway, that's my experience over the course of a few years hanging out at this house. Dillonvale, Mount Pleasant, Smithfield, Adena. All of these are hot spots with all the history going on. I once lived in Smithfield, and you could see shadows run across the streets in the night and see stuff in the graveyard in town. I would walk around at night to grab smokes. But between Indian land and all the other history, these small villages in Ohio are very active. Take this story for what you will. I wouldn't believe it either if I didn't experience this stuff myself. Like I said, it probably sounds like a bad plot to creepypasta. Or I'm being an edgelord looking for attention. I can assure you that this is not the case. This happened, and is my most wild experience. I've had others, but not to this degree. I'd love to tell the others, but maybe another time. Take this for what you will. I'm new to this subreddit and wanted to get my experience out there. But I am now 100% convinced there is stuff out there that we don't completely understand or know about. Be careful dabbling in the unknown. We never used Ouija boards or anything crazy like that, and we never had to. Just sitting there could trigger stuff. Something didn't like change. I lived in a condo for about 2 years. I don't know the history of the building, but it definitely wasn't new. It was a good deal and located in a nice part of Dallas. I'd been living there for about a year when my grandmother passed away. During that year, nothing at all out of the ordinary had occurred. My grandmother had a nice collection of paintings. There was one I had liked since I was a kid, in a really neat frame. My mom was executor of the estate and let me have the painting. I was so excited. I hung it in the living room over the sofa so it would be the first thing to catch your eye as you entered the front door. I came home from work the next day. The painting was laying in the middle of the living room floor, which was about 10 feet from the wall. And the frame was broken. Luckily, the painting itself wasn't damaged. I had several pieces of other artwork hanging in the condominium, nothing like that had ever happened before. This occurred on a Friday. The layout of the floor plan was basically a U shape. The living room was the base of the U, the kitchen on the right leg, and the short hallway to the bedrooms on the other leg. The bathroom was in the middle of the U shape with no outside windows. I hung the painting back on the wall by the canvas since the frame was busted. I'm a video gamer and often play at night in the dark. You can see directly into the kitchen from the living room. I was playing my PS4 late that night since it was Friday. Out of nowhere, the kitchen light popped on. I could easily see there was no one in the kitchen. I didn't think a great deal of it in the moment. Maybe the switch was partially flipped. I turned it off, headed back to the living room. As I'm entering the living room, I heard a noise from the bathroom. I had a pedestal sink and kept my hair gel behind the faucet handles. The toilet is several feet from the sink. My hair gel was floating in the damn toilet bowl. How did my hair gel magically fly 3 feet from the sink into the toilet water? At any rate, I dried it off and headed back to my game. As I was walking back down the hall, the bathroom door slammed shut. If you didn't know, it gets stupidly hot in Texas during the summer, so your AC constantly comes on, even in the middle of the night. But never in the year of living there had the vent been strong enough to move a door, let alone slam one. I was unnerved, so I went downstairs to hang out with my buddy and ended up sleeping there after we had a couple of drinks. I went back upstairs to my place the next day, not even knowing what to expect. Nothing else was put out of place or in any way unusual. It was peaceful for my remaining time there, actually. I cannot explain the events. I just sort of chalked it up to something in the building having a temper tantrum about my grandmother's painting, even though no further damage was done to the art. Just telling my story. This was back in the mid-'80s. My best friend in high school lived in a house that was interesting for sure. I have no idea if this had anything to do with it, but its dad had also died when he was 3 or 4. It was just my friend, his mom, his sister, and their dog that lived there. Weird stuff was always happening in that house. His mom had kept the dad's tools after he died. They were in the garage. One time we came back from running around, no one was home, and all the drill bits were embedded in the concrete wall across from the tool bench. But one night beats them all. Must have been a weekend night, because I was staying over for the night. The kitchen was attached to the family room, and on the opposite side from the kitchen was a long hallway that led to the bedrooms. There was a sofa against the wall that was by that hallway. I was sitting on the sofa. My friend's sister wasn't home. The only people in the house were his mother, my friend, and me. We were all in the living room, and as I said, I was sitting in the couch. I don't remember exactly, but I think we were just talking about random bullshit. I looked over my shoulder down the hall. The light in my buddy's bedroom is on. That's weird. When we were all down there earlier, I was the last one out. Could have sworn I turned it off. Oh well, no big deal. Go down the hall to turn it off. As I walk in the room, I feel a puff of hot air right in my ear. I head back to the couch and sit down. We're talking and watching TV. A while later, I happen to glance down the hall, and the light in the room is back on again. Now I'm kind of freaked. I refuse to go back down there, move the chair across the room so I can't see down the hall anymore. My friend goes to turn it off. Now the conversation had turned to all the weird things that have happened there over the years. That's when they tell me for the first time the story about the grandfather. Right about then, my friend looks down the hall again and gets this strange look on his face. I said, if that light is on again, I'm gonna lose it. He just nods his head. I walk over and look for myself. Not only is it on, there is a shadow against the wall, literally the exact moment the TV goes gray. For anybody that didn't grow up in the era of original TV sets, the screen went black or static fuzz if a channel went off the air. Before anybody had cable, this was gray like the TV had been turned off. This really bizarre music starts coming out. There are all these weird voices. His mom says, "Enough! We're leaving." We all got in the car and went to this late-night diner-type place where a couple of friends from school worked. Just left the poor dog behind. Tisk, tisk. We spent a couple of hours there just to get our nerves back. We finally went back to the house, only now everything's completely dark. All the lights have been turned off. I don't remember why, but I didn't go home at this point. I still stayed the night, though. However, I refused to sleep in the bedroom. We made a couple of pallets in the living room. I slept on one next to the wall. There was probably 2 feet between me and the wall. Of course, after the weirdness earlier, we didn't sleep with the TV on either. Sometime during the night, I woke up from hearing the dog walking around in the kitchen, the attached room. Penny was a dog with multiple personalities. I swear. Some days she would let you pet her, other days she would act like she's going to eat your arm off. So I was always wary around her, although I do love dogs. She bumped a couple of chairs in the kitchen walking around and then came through the family room. She walked between me and the wall and around behind the chair that was sort of behind my head. I rolled over, tapped my bestie to wake him up. I didn't want to get mauled during the night. I told him Penny was running around the house. He said he didn't think so. He called down to his mom at the end of the hallway, and his mother replied. You could clearly tell she was from behind a closed bedroom door. The dog's in the room laying on the bed with her. It's the only time in my life I've been frozen with terror. I literally laid in the exact same spot with my eyes open until daylight. Sometime later, I went to the house to drop something off for a friend. I had a key and let myself in. I walked into the entryway. Penny comes around the corner. I wonder which personality I'm going to get today. We are deadlocked in a stare-off. She doesn't move, she doesn't growl. Her head just drops a little and she just keeps staring. All of a sudden, I feel that hot air in my ear. It all comes back to me instantly. Just exactly like it felt that night in the bedroom when everything turned out the lights. I honestly don't even remember moving. I was just outside running for my car. That was the last time I was ever in that house by myself. Before I left to go to the military, a few other small weird things happened, but never to the degree of those events. His mom lived there for a good many more years before she died. My friend moved out of state. I've often considered going back and asking the new owners if anything weird had ever happened. As I grew older and pondered events, I came to believe the reason the dog had a bizarre mood swing was because of her invisible friend. She had to be with it all the time, probably tormented her incessantly. Is it possible that skinwalkers are real? This happened 2 days ago, around 1 a.m. I was casually playing League with my friends, and I decided that it was time to go to bed. Before that, I got down to the first floor to get my midnight snack. I opened the fridge, got what I wanted, and took a glance at the big window, which faced the woods. At first, I didn't notice anything, but after about 10 seconds, I started noticing a tall, thin figure, standing, looking around. My heart dropped, and I just stood frozen. I stood there for at least a minute and a half while this thing was slowly moving and looking for something on the ground. Not sure. Now, this might sound stupid, but I got up to my room and I was so scared that I locked myself in, leaving my phone on the first floor. I thought that the thing that I saw might have seen me and might break in. Yeah, it's stupid now when I think of it. I've been in my room for at least 8 hours, no sleep, until I heard my phone ringing and decided to go down. When I got to the first floor, I checked that window, didn't see anything. I didn't tell anybody about this because I didn't want to make a fool of myself. But I want to hear your opinion. Have any of you had any similar experiences? Could you somehow explain who or what that might have been? I'm 20 years old and live in Lithuania. Outside my city, woods are pretty much all around my area. The description of what I saw, it's hard to tell, but if I could guess, the thing was around 6'10" in feet, really lean, hunchbacked, looking for something on the ground. I really need to calm my mind because I was scared shitless, and I still am. All helpful comments will be appreciated. That goes for Paranormal M too. See you later. Welcome to the realm of the extraordinary at Paranormal M, where we dive into tales that'll send shivers down your spine. Subscribe and turn on notifications to stay informed about our latest supernatural narratives. We hope you're prepared for an adventure that changes your beliefs. The I-90 ghost car. A few years ago, I was a university student in Eastern Washington, but I was dating a girl in Western Washington. I was visiting her for the weekend during the summer when we got into a huge fight around midnight and I left, deciding to head back to my apartment. I mentioned this for context as to why I was driving through, whoa, that's a weird word, Snoqualmie, Snoqualmie, Snoqualime. I was driving through this pass after 1 a.m. I'd never gone through the pass so late before, and what is usually a very busy stretch of freeway on the I-90 was completely empty. I went well over an hour without seeing a single vehicle going either way. So, naturally, I was driving way too fast. At the time, I had a '73 Chevy Nova. It wasn't quite the classic car, but it had power and a complete lack of AC. Even though it was late at night, the combination of a warm summer night and the large amount of heat that bleeds through from the engine meant that I had my windows down and I was sweating. Not far into the east side of the mountains, around 1:30, I hit a long stretch of straight road that doesn't have a ramp or any way to get into the freeway. When suddenly, a set of headlights appeared behind me, something like 200 feet back. I glanced back at the lights, puzzled as to where the vehicle could have possibly come from. I noticed that despite the fact that I was absolutely hauling, the lights were gaining on me. I decided to switch lanes and slow down a bit so it could pass. After a moment, the vehicle, now only half that distance, moved over behind me into the same lane. This is when I began to panic. I'm in the middle of nowhere, hadn't seen any vehicle in over an hour, and now I've got some aggressive driver running up on me. I watched as those lights got closer, 60 feet, 50 feet, 40 feet. In seconds, it was upon me. I braced against the steering wheel, expecting to get rear-ended by this vehicle going much faster than me now. I watched in my rearview mirror in horror as those headlights blasted right into the back of my vehicle. Suddenly, everything froze. Quite literally, Nothing physically hit me, but the whole vehicle frosted over, and I could see my breath. I hit the brakes and did my best to pull over despite not being able to see through the windshield. Every hair on my body was standing on end. I got out of the vehicle and paced back and forth, examining my car, which was already starting to defrost as streams of water poured down it. There was no damage to my back bumper and absolutely no sign of whatever quote-unquote vehicle had hit me. Eventually, I calmed down enough to get back into the car, drive the rest of the way back, wake up my roommates, and explain what had just happened. The next time I drove through the area in daylight, right about where I think the ghost car had hit me, was a very old wooden cross, somewhat overgrown on the side of the road. Does anyone know anything about gray angels? So just touching on this for clarity of the situation. Spouse was really heavy into RPing, and one of the guys was just obnoxious. Spouse didn't use headphones, and often I ended up feeling unwelcome and uncomfortable in my own bedroom. I'm not sure anymore what the guy said. I do recall that he'd been being pretty loud and obnoxious for quite a bit, and I'd repeatedly expressed having issues with the situation alone. Eventually got fed up with it and went to lay on the fold-down couch in the living room. So I have my head covered to be comfortable. Have since I was a kid, really. Face out, sure, but head covered by the blanket. Night light on, so I had to get up to go to the bathroom and it would be easy. I was trying to just go to sleep, but I was also too angry and hurt to really be making much progress there. I got this weird feeling but kept figuring it was just me being upset or it was messing with me. Like, not exactly bad or scary exactly, but definitely that something was up. All things considered, it was pretty easy to brush off as me being upset, but then I got tired of laying there and trying to go to sleep, so I opened my eyes. In the reflection of the TV was something very silvery gray. A tattered garment of some sort, a robe, a dress, a shroud. Honestly not sure. They had bony wings and were leaning down by the head, appearing to either be giving or close to giving the side of the top of my head a kiss. Started feeling like I shouldn't be looking at them. And then they turned. I covered my face and made sure not to breathe heavily. I tried to pretend like I didn't see them. I never even then felt in danger. I felt, closest thing I can say is guilty, but it's not quite right. Definitely like they didn't mean any harm, but I wasn't supposed to look at them. What kind of being could have really this have been? What were they even doing? Why would they choose me? Years later, I still haven't been able to find what that may have been, and it randomly comes back to me. It feels important, but I don't know. I know I lived in a haunted house. I grew up in a really weird penthouse before I was 12. I never liked it. The cathedral ceilings echoed every damned whisper. The upstairs had no windows, and my mom and dad never furnished the space. Everything was an icy white or a pale gray. The penthouse was a horrible place, and I never got used to it. I should mention that now that I'm a grown man, I don't believe in ghosts. I don't believe in the supernatural, and I don't think that there's really anything that physics and non-Newtonian physics can't explain. But I do know what I know. The house was messed. At night, people would knock on the door over and over, but there would never be anyone there. It took a few months, but I learned to stop checking for visitors after dark. One night, I thought I saw the windows warp in front of my eyes. My mother said it was because I was falling asleep, but that's never happened before and never happened since. There was a children's playground a block away in a small park. I could hear kids playing there all the time as sunset approached and toward bedtime. I should have known that wasn't right. I knew it wasn't right when my grandmother came to stay one night and was kept up in the wee hours of the morning by the sounds of those shrieking children. My neighbors. I thought the woman next door was a tyrant. Every night she screamed at her son, every night, and he wept. Then they moved away, but the screaming never stopped and the boy never sounded as if he had grown older throughout the years. My father once asked my mother if she was sleeping fine. He kept hearing her turn the faucet in the bathroom on. He never asked her again after she told him that she'd been sleeping through the night. Another time, the radio in my father's empty study flipped on. I comforted my mother, told her the wiring was acting up. This had never happened before and never happened again. I hated that house. I haven't lived there for decades, but I still have reoccurring nightmares of it. But, and I mean this, I don't believe in ghosts. My dad used to be an exorcist, and he brought me along to one. So before my dad came to North America, he was practicing to become a priest. In some cultures, it's widely believed that a priest should also learn about and perform exorcisms. It's a very old world thing, but still a very prevalent thing. My grandfather used to perform them, and so did my great-grandfather. My dad has told me some of his stories. They're pretty fascinating. I grew up in a heavy Catholic household, but I'm not very religious. I'd like to believe in ghosts, but I've never seen one, so naturally, when my dad told us stories, I was sort of a skeptic. The one thing my dad likes to hammer in is that I take after him. He believes I have a gift like him. He used to tell me he was so successful with exorcisms because he had like a sixth sense, and he can feel, hear, and touch the supernatural. He can sort of understand them too. I, on the other hand, can't do that. My weird gift is being able to dream about things vividly and have them happen soon after. It feels like deja vu, but I kind of know what's about to happen. I know it's more common than people think, so I don't really pay much mind to it. One day when I was about 14, my dad received a phone call. It was an acquaintance who knew of my dad and his work back home. Mind you, my dad had now become a therapist, the opposite of a priest, and hadn't done an exorcism in probably a decade that I know of. Side note, my dad has always been liberal with parenting. My mom was a nurse and always working, so we spent a lot of time with him in between me and my two other sisters. It was a free-for-all. If my mom was there, she would have told my dad. So my dad takes the phone call, agrees to the job, and then looks at me. He announced I'll be joining because I have his gift and wants me to understand what he does. Ugh. We pull up to this big house in a more affluent neighborhood in our city, and I already feel sick. Can't explain the feeling. It's like the movement that we were driving into the driveway was nauseous and panicked for no reason. It was a normal house, nothing out of the ordinary. I told my dad how it was feeling, and he quietly told me that we were going to go inside. There was a couple in their mid-40s that lived in that house. They had no children, just the both of them. And the husband opened the door, and the first thing I noticed was the bags under his eyes. Second thing I noticed was that the house had no lights on inside. After we entered, I felt like the air in the house was being sucked out of my lungs. I don't know, like if you put your mouth to a low-setting vacuum. Weird, I know. I've never really felt that way before. My dad sets a little shrine in their living room and prayed to it. Then let him and the husband go upstairs to see his wife. For some fucking reason, they left me alone downstairs in the den. So it's dark because the lights aren't on, and I'm sitting on their couch. I suddenly feel like what would be fingers poking at my back. Like viciously. Like people with long fingernails just jabbing my back to get my attention. Now I'm on a couch that's against the wall, so my deduction is, how can this even be happening? Naturally, I'm too afraid to look, so I just get up and walk straight out of the room without looking back. Next, I walk into the kitchen, and I can feel the hairs on my back stand up. I feel as though there are people behind me, talking softly as not to disturb me. It sounded like two men and a woman, and they're speaking. My dad and the couple are upstairs, and it doesn't sound like them anyways. I'm too scared to move, and I just stare at the fridge for what seemed like an eternity. My dad comes back downstairs after a while, and I tell him what happened. He was sympathetic, told me to pray as he brought me back upstairs with him. I was too scared to be left alone. He brings me into the master bedroom of the house, and I see the wife for the first time. She looks small and fragile, laying in a 4-post king bed. The curtains are all drawn, and the only light is coming from the candles that my dad had lit. She doesn't acknowledge me. Her husband sits in the corner of the room quietly. My dad places me in a chair next to the husband, and we watch my dad together. He's praying over the wife's body, and she suddenly sits up in bed screaming. The curtains in the room all fly open at once, and my dad and whatever's left of this lady are just staring at each other eye to eye. The husband, in a panic, basically scoops me up and carries me out of the room. I stand in the hallway as he goes back to his wife and my dad. After seeing that, and experiencing what I did downstairs, I'm just trying not to shit my pants and mad at my dad for thinking that it was a good idea to bring a kid to these things. I don't feel alone in the hallway, so I basically just sit down on the ground and try to think of being anywhere else. My dad eventually comes out of the room, and he doesn't talk. He doesn't really say anything to the husband, only whispered instructions, and we left. I didn't see the lady again after that. My mom was so pissed at my dad that day for bringing me along. I mean, it was irresponsible, but I'd like to think of myself as less of a skeptic. To this day, I'm not even sure what I experienced myself. My dad hasn't done an exorcism since. My scariest paranormal experience. So for context, I need to give you the layout of my house. This happened about 2 to 3 years ago, so I was probably 15 or 16. My room's upstairs, and when you walk out of my room, the stairs are about 6 feet away. To the right of my room is a bathroom, and next to that is my parents' room. So it was about 12 to 1 in the morning, and I heard my dad going downstairs, which is normal because my whole family are night owls, and it's not uncommon for my dad to go get a snack in the middle of the night. But I heard him going up and down the stairs over and over. I had my door closed, so I couldn't see him, but I knew for a fact that it was him because he goes down to get food all the time, but not multiple trips. So the footsteps stop. I think nothing of it. Maybe about 10 minutes pass, and what I assume to be my parents' bedroom's door slams, like super loud. I assumed my dad was maybe mad or something because it sounded like somebody slammed into it or something. About a minute passes, and my dad opens my door and says, "Why did you walk in here and slam the door?" What I say is, "What are you talking about? I was in here the whole time. Why were you walking up and down the stairs a whole bunch?" My dad said, "I've been asleep the whole time. Haven't been downstairs at all tonight." We both kind of freaked out and realized that something else was going on. He said, though, that when he heard the door slam really hard, it woke him up, and he saw a shadow of a person on the wall. He automatically assumed it was me, and when he fully woke up, he realized it wasn't me, and he got a horrible feeling in the pit of his stomach. We've had some other weird things happen, things falling and weird noises. I've had some other strange stories of our basement door being knocked on after we saw a guy in a bunny suit in our lawn. There was a guy with them filming it, so we assumed it was just some dumb kids putting it on YouTube. It was pretty scary after that, but that story is the most paranormal thing that's happened to me. I hope it was interesting. Some paranormal experiences in my childhood home. Just to preface, we moved into my childhood home when I was in the 2nd grade. My parents transferred within their jobs and we went from a big city into a small rural town. They wanted us to grow up in a nicer area. My mother was a bit of a history of paranormal encounters since she was a child. Not sure if this is relevant, but we have strong Native American ancestry. And when we initially came to check out the house, we stayed in a local Motel 6. My mother told me that after we had visited the house and had headed back to sleep at the Motel 6, she woke up in the dead of night and had an instinctual urge to check on me. She said that she saw a dark figure just standing over me while I was sleeping on my bed. After a few moments, she said that it almost seemed to notice her. I guess it seemed to notice her, noticing it standing there, and then it disappeared. Years later, my mother told me she had a dream in which her mother visited her. My grandmother passed away before 2001. But I'm not mistaken, I think I was too young to have anything but fleeting memories of her, sadly. She often spoke about how her mother had visited her in her dreams before, but never once had she spoken to her. My grandmother was always silent in her dreams. One dream in particular, though, my mother said her mom showed up in her dream, pointed towards my room down this long hallway that we had, and said one thing: "That room is haunted." I don't particularly hold a lot of faith in dreams myself, but when it comes to my mother, I understand that she doesn't bullshit me with stuff like that. Whether it had a meaning or not, the message hit the mark. On one occasion, I was getting ready for school in the morning in the 8th grade. Class started at 8:30 for me, plus my sister was in the 9th grade, and for her school started at like 8 a.m. sharp. My dad had left with my sister to get her to school on time, leaving only myself and my mother in the home. My mother was working the graveyard shifts at the time, so she was in her room sleeping up on the second floor, which was on the opposite end of the house. It was basically alone. I was standing in the bathroom brushing my teeth when I heard my dog walking into the bathroom. When I turned to greet him, a woman moved right by the open door. Not an ethereal being or a shadow. She looked to be flesh and blood. I shit you not. I can still remember everything about how she looked. She had all brown hair that went down just past her freckled shoulders. She was wearing a white nightgown that ended right above the knees. That had a sort of lace pattern for the shoulder and straps and lining the bottom. She was a white woman but had a slight tan, maybe in her mid-30s up to mid-50s if I had to guess her age. The weirdest part was she wasn't walking. She sort of just floated past the door, and her legs faded out into nothingness. I could see her knees and legs, but once you got halfway down her calves, there was just nothing there. No signs of ambulation, just floating past. I could have easily mistaken this incident for an actual human being breaking into my house and walking around had it not been for the disturbing manner in which she moved. The worst part is that she was going right towards the direction of my bedroom. My room was maybe 3 or 4 feet away from my bathroom. The bathroom was halfway down the hallway. I pretty much sat there in the bathroom with my dog until my father got home, and I didn't tell my parents for at least a month. Another time, I was sleeping on my living room couch back in high school. I pretty much slept on that couch through high school. I had too many strange occurrences to warrant sleeping in my own bedroom. And this is when I heard someone or something walk from my kitchen into my living room. I'm talking about hearing the weight of the footsteps on the different surfaces. Laminate flooring in the kitchen. It walked right up to the side of the couch and just stood there. I could literally feel a presence right there, almost like when an individual is standing super close to you but not touching you. Yet, somehow you can still physically feel them. You know that? Imagine standing in a crowded train on the subway where everyone's just packed in. The way you can feel the crowd, even though nobody's actually touching you. I guess that's how I would describe it. I couldn't tell you what it was. I kept my eyes closed the whole time. All I can say was I had a really bad feeling about that energy. I'd never felt anything like it. It was offensive, definitely unsettling. Third different occasion here, but one time my entire family had gone to the movie theater and I was home alone. I'd been in my room playing Modern Warfare 2 with some friends online, and I had the headset on. This means that I could hardly hear anything aside from the game or the chat. I had the volume just low enough as to be able to know when they got home. I thought I had heard what sounded like my front door slam. The way the house sort of reverberates and people talking. I looked over toward my bedroom door and could see the light from the kitchen through the crack at the bottom. As I looked at it, I could see what looked like someone walking through the kitchen, in the way that someone walking in front of a light source will sort of cast a shadow. I figured that they must have arrived back home, so I took off the headset and walked out of the room and said, "Hey, how was the movie?" Nobody was home. Safe to say that freaked me out a bit, but I had somewhat grown accustomed to freaky things happening in that house. I just sat back down and continued playing. When in doubt, ignore it. I continued to see the shadows moving in the kitchen and heard movement until they got back from the movies, about an hour later. We did have animals at the time, at least 2 dogs and a cat, but I could easily tell the difference between their shadows and a human shadow. Plus, they usually stayed on the opposite end of the house when my folks weren't home. I had too many smaller incidents to count. A few times I'd be sat in my living room with a friend and we'd both hear something heavy walking down the set of stairs that were no more than 6 feet away from us. Things like hearing my name being called, etc. But these were some of the more in-your-face events that I've experienced that I can't explain. I'm not religious, so I don't particularly believe in angels and demons and souls being trapped and everything else associated with stereotypical images of ghosts. But I'm damn sure there's some shit out there that we haven't figured out yet. If you ask me, there definitely are energies that are benevolent or malevolent. But what those energies are, I couldn't tell you. I was attacked by a ghost. This happened a couple of years ago in my previous house. So I was sleeping peacefully in my room alone. I woke up to the feeling that something was in my room with me. And a second or two later, I heard the sound of something small walking toward the foot of my bed from the direction of the door. It sounded kind of like my cat, because I heard the first few steps. Then it paused as if taking notice of me, much like my cat does when entering a room. So I started rolling over to check, because he wasn't supposed to be in the room. But before I could fully roll over, I heard him quickly run the last few steps, jump up on the bed and run across my body before sitting on my face. Of course, I immediately reached my hands up and tried to get him off while saying, "What the fuck, Bobby?" But when I did, there was nothing there. I immediately got up and turned on the light. Not only was he nowhere to be found, but the door was still closed and locked. I was super confused because I felt him run across my whole body. I felt his weight. So I looked for him in every nook and cranny while calling for him. He just wasn't there. Now, this is especially strange because I would always leave him in the living room at night so he could access his litter box. There were 2 doors between my room and the living room, which I always had closed and locked. So I eventually chalked it up to sleep paralysis, which I had frequently at the time. For some reason, only at that house, and I went back to sleep. A while later, essentially the same exact thing happens. I awaken to a presence in my room. I hear footsteps approaching the foot of my bed, and I pause, as if it was noticing me. Except this time it sounded heavy. It sounded like a fucking person. I literally heard the floor creaking with each step it took. Immediately my stomach drops, and my heart starts pounding. Then once again, I quickly start to roll over. But before I can, the thing does the exact same thing my cat did. I mean beat for beat. The person, quote unquote, runs the last couple of steps, leaps onto my bed, straddles me all while doing this weird grunting thing. Like it was excited to be doing this to me. At which point, while still straddling me, puts its entire weight on my torso, pinning me to the bed and then starts fucking choking me. Just like with the ghost cat previously, I could feel the weight of this thing sitting on me, and I could feel its hands wrapped around my neck, clear as day. Also, almost as soon as it began choking me, it started screaming, "I'll kill you, I'll kill you, I'll kill you," over and over again while violently shaking me up and down. It clearly sounded like a man, but I didn't recognize the voice. I was paralyzed by fear for what felt like a solid minute. But as this thing was screaming in my face and trying to kill me, I remembered the cat. Suddenly I realized how these 2 experiences were identical minus the creaking floor and the choking, of course. I mean, literally the exact same amount of steps, the pause, jumping on my bed, then going up to my body toward my head, all exactly the same. So I thought, well, this can't be real. This has to be sleep paralysis. But despite my realization, it didn't go away. So I decided to stop struggling and relax. I figured worst case scenario, it really is an intruder, and they think they successfully killed me. So I do. I go completely limp, and within a few seconds the sound of the screams, the weight on my chest, and the fingers wrapped around my throat start to fade. It takes maybe 10 seconds before I can't hear or feel anything anymore, so I jolt up, turn on the light. Once again, nothing's in the room and my door is still locked. Terrified, I get dressed, go downstairs into the living room. There, sleeping on the couch, is my cat, and I immediately feel peaceful, and I sit next to him. An old woman with dementia died in my bedroom. This is by far the most wretched energy I'd ever come into contact with, and I have quite the list over the years. For those who do not believe me, be happy that you have never encountered something so dark. My freshman year of high school, I moved into the house I currently live in. We didn't know somebody died in it. The family that lived there before was an older couple, along with their daughter and granddaughter. The granddaughter and I went to the same high school, but she was a grade above me, so I never really saw her. Promise this is irrelevant later. Ha ha ha. From the first time I visited the house, I was bombarded with activity. That night when I got home, I saw an older woman in my kitchen. One of my wall hangings got knocked off and I had sleep paralysis all night. It didn't continue like that at first, but not even a week after moving in, I was freaked out. Started really small in the home, waking up with things on the floor that I didn't leave, lights flickering, my room being abnormally cold, things like this. Then the nightmares and sleep paralysis started. This progression occurred consistently, every single night for months. It started with just me waking up in a small, maybe 5'3", when upright, mildly hunched older woman in the corner. Then she was doing something with her hands. Then she was mumbling very quietly when walking in a small circle. Eventually, she was talking out loud, clapping her hands, smacking things, and walking around my room. Then she was screaming, wailing, and crawling on my walls. Throughout the progression of the paralysis, the activities while awake were also getting significantly worse. Mind you, my parents are massive skeptics, super fucking religious, and they think I'm a Satan worshiper because I wear all black. So they were absolutely no help, and dismissed everything going on me as forgetting or being crazy. Things that they couldn't explain, they flat out ignored. I do have OCD. Things have to be closed around me. Drawers, closet doors, and this is since I was a child. I would wake up with all my drawers and my closet door open and all of my clothes sprawled all over the floor. I would hear tapping, scratching, and breathing. I would be falling asleep and my lights would flick on. When I got up and turned them off, it would repeat. So I start to sleep with all my lights on. I'm not kidding when I saw, and when I was being terrorized, it was actually happening. I woke up screaming with no idea why 1,000,000 times. Weird bruises all over my body, disgusting smells of rotten flesh, and old lady perfume all the time. When I say that I barely slept for 6 hours straight, it was months, and I mean it. 20 to 30-minute periods every hour. I got maybe 2 hours on a good night. One night I dozed off and quickly woke up with sleep paralysis. For the first time in months, though, there was nothing. No grandma, no sounds, absolutely nothing. So I'm like, what the fuck is this? I get a text, and I'm like, whoa, never experienced anything like this in this state. So I go to grab my phone. An older woman drops down from the ceiling and strangles me. I will never forget her face, screaming at the top of her lungs, get out, get out, get out of my fucking house. Spent the entire weekend at my friend's house, and when I got back for some clothes, wide-ass awake, we both saw the old woman crossing my living room. I was scared shitless, obviously, and the next day at school I saw the girl who used to live there. I looked dead myself, so when I approached her, she could tell I had something going on. I didn't tell her a single thing about my situation, and only asked her if she knew if somebody died in the house. She gave me this sideways glance, pursed her lips, and word vomited a mile a minute about her great-grandma who had dementia. She tells me about how she was fucking insane and caused a lot of problems for them, and that there were times when they had to lock her in her room. She told me her grandparents told her not to tell me. She died in what became my bedroom. They moved shortly after. I found out later from an ex-BFF of the girl who lived there. I live in a pretty small town, that the room was filled with photos of that woman from her whole life, all ages. She had no clue who she was, and her bedroom was filled with pictures of her from various stages in her life. Horrible. But what's worse, I have closet door mirrors. She was locked in a room only able to see herself, and with no memory or concept of it. The psychological torment that was her environment had pure intentions, but was beyond counterintuitive. I also saw an old picture of her maybe 6 months ago. Same woman from all the nightmares. I don't think that the woman herself was who was haunting me. I think a demonic energy capitalized off of her spirit, and maybe used her image to get to me. I ended up getting rid of it, but I can tell you for a fact I will never, ever again have my energy taken advantage of like that. It's truly a matter of allowance. This room is still a spiritual hotspot for sure. I also tried to kill myself here, so stuff picks up on that lingering energy. I allowed the passerby to use my mirrors as portals. I have an antique one that they do love, and I do occasionally come across some pretty cool energies as well as mischievous ones. If this taught me anything, it's that you can just as much, let's just say, it's that you can have just as much control over an energy as they may have over you. Plus, you have the leverage of it being your space. Keep in mind, most of these things were human at some point. They have the same impulses and desires. If your sibling is trying to annoy you and it just isn't working, they'll find something better to do. This is kind of the same thing. I believe I saw Pan on Friday the 13th, 2008. I just wanted to share a weird experience that happened to me when I was 14 or 15. Before school, I went outside at 6 or 7 a.m. to pet my dog. From across the yard, I could see what looked like a goat, but it was standing on what I can only describe as two backwards legs. It had horns with the face of a human and was using inward, kind of looked broken arms to pull grass. It was pulling the grass out of the fence line to eat. I sat there next to my dog for at least 10 minutes watching this thing in disbelief, thinking my mind was playing tricks on me. I could clearly see a side profile of it and it was moving. I got up, snuck around trees, trying to make my way closer. I must have lost sight of it, and when I got to the spot, the thing was gone, but I had an overwhelming feeling of goosebumps. I would say I felt like I was being watched, but I don't believe in that anomaly. The closest thing I could ever compare to the creature was the fawn from the movie Pan's Labyrinth. Except what I saw was smaller, like 3 feet tall. I'm bringing this up now because I can't get it out of my head after the November the 13th. After this past November the 13th. Something really terrible happened to me last Friday. I would go into detail, but it's something I can't post on this account. It was my choice and I went through with it. It's just one of those decisions that will be with me forever. But upon reading more about Pan, it's definitely something that's in its wheelhouse. I'm wondering if the sighting was a warning of what would come, and I'm wondering if anybody else here has seen something similar. If so, please link it. I really want to dig deeper into this. After this experience, I've known something is out there. I still have the calendar that I marked Creature in Backyard, nearly 12 years later. Strange experience in haunted community theater. This happened about 10 years ago to a childhood friend and me. We'll call her MJ. It's strange to look back on because while it was happening, I found it annoying more than anything else. It wasn't until later that I began to appreciate it for what it was. MJ's family owned and ran a community theater a block away from where they lived. The theater was in this old commissionary for the local mill. Commissary. Our town grew famous from technology and space, but started its real swing into the 20th century with the mills, most of which are now being converted to community art centers, office spaces, and things like this. The areas around each mill, although now in a new growth period, have been poor and neglected, and yes, historical since forever. After being the commissary that it was, it operated as a motion picture house, and then a boys and girls club. Years of abandonment sprinkled throughout, and finally it became the theater. MJ worked at this theater doing odd jobs of all varieties, but mainly cleaning and prepping for shows, as well as acting in quite a few. I would help her where and when I could, mainly to appease her since I didn't get paid. One day she called me up and said, "Come meet me at her parents' house." Chill, toke, whatever, but that she had something to show me. She wouldn't tell me what it was, and I was more interested in getting high than her telling me what was up. She tended to be a bit dramatic, theater kid who would have thought. So it could have been any mundane thing, and blow it the fuck up. I get over there, joint rolled, ready to toke, but she won't have it, wants us to walk up to the theater right quick. Just for a minute, mind you, and then we'll be gravy. Now, back at this time, I was a pothead. I hadn't smoked all day and I was annoyed. Wait, really? Especially since it was my green and she rarely threw in. But whatever. She didn't want me to drive, so we walked up there. Her being evasive as to what she wants me to see, really, and what exactly we're even doing. Fine, huh? At this point, I figured she'd put off some cleaning duties and just wanted my help and wasn't saying so for whatever reason. So we get there. The place is empty. No cars in the lot, no vagrants outside. We punch in the security code and go into the lobby, which has public restrooms and a beautiful two-sided staircase that goes up to the actual theater. One side goes up to the ticket booth. The other past a hanging room. I don't know what to call it, but it overhangs the lobby and was the original projection room of the movie theater, complete with a little cutout window that points to what is now just a huge pane of windows on the exterior wall. It was essentially a storage closet. And then onto the quote-unquote green room where cast parties and meets and greets were held. She leads me up the stairs, which I had gone up and down easily hundreds of times. As we're going up towards the green room, my chest was heavy. I was exerting myself. By the time we got to the 3 metal steps that went off to the main staircase to the projection room, I was panting and pissed. At this point, I had started bitching about how I wanted to toke, and that whatever we were doing was lame. We basically stop off the chute stairs, and then she tells me to look inside. She didn't tell me to go inside, but to look inside. The metal grate over the doorway was open, the chain that usually kept it shut and locked gone. But that was whatever. We couldn't keep an eye on everything, and everyone and her stepdad had given up on that detail. I walked up the steps, heart pounding, panting like I'd just run the whole way, and looked into the blackness. The room was small, like 10 by 10 feet. I could see a ceiling fan on the floor, and that was really it. Dark and empty. I was exasperated. "What do you see?" MJ asked. "I don't see a damn thing. A fan. She prodded. "You don't see anything else?" "No, I don't. A dumb fan and nothing. Except I did see something else. A door on the wall opposite us. It was ajar with blue light spilling out from a couple-inch gap. The way light does when the door opens towards you, not away." "Fine. A door. I also see the door, MJ. What the fuck is your problem? Do you have a point? Door?" "Door?" she replied, eyes searching into the darkness of the room, playing dumb, probably having a grand old time. "Yes, the door. It's cracked. Where does it even go?" "I didn't know there was another room in here. I'll go shut it if it'll make you basically leave me alone." I moved to walk into the room only to have her grab my arm, hard, mind you, and proclaim, "There is no door." She dragged me down the staircase and out of the lobby into the night. She was spooked and I was pissed. She wouldn't talk to me until we got back down and kept looking over her shoulder back to the theater the whole time. Remember, I told you she was dramatic. By the time she would talk, she couldn't tell me what she had wanted to show me. Swore she couldn't remember some shit. As for the door, she said she saw it, but that it wasn't real. I called bullshit. It was there, I didn't hallucinate it. It was there, plain as day, hard to see because of how dark it was in there, but a partially open door nonetheless. It wasn't until a while later that I realized the door couldn't have been there. The room had one entry, and one on the metal grate, and the walls were concrete block. Empty air with a 15-foot drop is what would have met you on the other side. I was so annoyed with the whole situation. I thought she was pranking me, but she was unnerved by it. She, who loved to tell ghost stories of the theater, always wanted to do ghost hunts there, always swore something had grabbed her when she was cleaning up late. I ended up going back up there the next day or two. The blackness of the room replaced with dimness, and you could see plainly that there was no door, and nowhere for a door to go to. MJ later claimed that she saw the door too, but not until after I said it was there. She was still scared though, scared that it had happened, and scared that I wanted to be close to it. And that's about that. There were other things that happened, none of them as memorable, just more run-of-the-mill, ha-ha-ha, mill jokes. This place could be haunted kind of stuff. Hearing voices in the dressing rooms when you were the only person on that floor, but nothing ever distressing, nothing that you couldn't shake off after a moment. I can still see that door in my mind's eye, and equally how much it just wasn't there. Couldn't possibly be there on any other day of the year. I don't know what to consider. I don't really know what to consider this. Something with dimensions or phantom doorways? It's weird, but it's true, and so far in the past 10 years, I haven't had a similar experience. My maid was talking to a wall, and I don't think she was hallucinating. I used to live in Indonesia before migrating to the States, and I remembered this one thing that really scared me back then. I was probably 7 or 8 years old about that time, so I guess I can't blame myself if it was just my overactive mind, and I was just scaring myself. But here's the story. We had a stay-at-home maid at the time, which I think is a pretty common thing there. My mom would hire some random maid, and they'd live at our house and get paid until they'd leave for any reason. We had a couple of them over the span of me growing up, but this one maid is the reason why I'm writing this. My family loved her because she was just an overall good person, helped my mom with daily tasks a lot. One of those tasks being to wake me up for school on school days. Usually I'd wake up to her calling my name a couple of times, and then I'd get ready. But this one day I woke up to her voice, like she was having a conversation with someone, but it was just her voice. I don't know what she was saying since I just woke up, but I know that she wasn't calling my name. And the thing that scared me was when I opened my eyes, I saw that she had her back turned toward me facing the wall. She kept talking to the wall until I called her, and then she turned around and acted as if I didn't just see her talking to the wall. Then got me ready for school. When I asked her who she was talking to, she said it was nothing, that she was singing or something. I don't remember if I believed her at that time, but I do know that same night I couldn't fall asleep because I was so scared that I didn't help that my bed position makes me face that same wall, really. So I told my mom. She was a Christian and just told me to pray and sleep. That instance only happened once, and I've never woken up to my maid talking to the wall again. Eventually that maid left because of family reasons. Not too long after, so my mom had to hire a new one. It wasn't even that long before that new maid left. I overheard her pleading with my mom to let her go because she was so scared of living in our house. She said when she tries to sleep, she would hear whispers next to her. Her door would swing open by itself sometimes when she's in the room. Or she would hear someone knock on her door at times, where we'd all be fast asleep already. The thing that scared me the most from her experience is when they left her to guard the house alone while my family went to the market to get groceries. She said she kept hearing a lady's voice or something that sounded like my mom coming from our room upstairs while she watches TV downstairs. This reminded me of the last maid when she was talking to the wall, and this got me shaking. I don't remember sleeping with the lights off ever again after that until now. I still leave the lights on. Anyways, I think my mom got concerned for that maid at the time because she was hysterically crying while telling her all these stories. So she let her go back to her family. Nothing strange happened again with the maids after her, but I developed a thing where I prayed every night before I slept since I was scared. What a terrible time. I still get chills thinking about it. Appalachia, Blue Ridge Range, the Fae, the Cherokee, and the little girl who knows them. I used to see green lights in the forest across from my childhood home. It was a vacant lot, about 2 acres full of that famous Appalachian kudzu, laurel, and rhododendron. I liked to be there. Felt like a magic world onto my 8-year-old self. My younger brother and I built a fort in those woods. We were surrounded by them after all. These glowing green orbs would flicker and dance around me. Never thought it was out of the ordinary. I had and have a great imagination, although I'm now quicker to deduce fact from fantasies. Well, one day they began excavation to build a home there. And that evening really, a sprightly little glow entered my cracked bay window into my bedroom. Its glow woke me from my sleep, and it asked if it could stay with me. "Of course. If you don't have a home now, you can stay here," I said. It left in a wisp, and from that day I never did feel much different. I did, although, feel as if it were a force greater than you or I was at play. The following late afternoon, my father had shuttled my brother and I from our school day. There was a commotion coming from the road nearest our street. Flutes, drums, and singing in words I'm not equipped to relay. The street was lined with cars and could not as much pull into our driveway. It was a Cherokee funerary procession. There were hundreds of native bodies found while excavating. This is not how the indigenous in my area disposed of the dead. They were at times to be placed in mounds of layered silt, sand, dirt, sediments in varying density, and of thatched vine that would create an earthen bubble for them to reside eternally. Placed among them often were earthenware vessels and beads. Now I'm unsure of the orange orb. I felt I need to even speak of its presence. I'm inclined to observe that I was not fond of its energy, as it sort of tested alone among the green orbs that I had grown fond of. But it was there. I don't know what it all means, but I do know one thing. Mind where it is you step among the laurels, as the Fae tread on the lands as we do. I think I teleported and maybe time traveled, confused. Okay, so this is going to sound super crazy, but I'm honestly kind of freaking out, so I have to vent somewhere, and I'd like to know what other people think might be happening. So I'm hiding here in my attic at midnight, typing this shit out. Anyways, I don't really know where to begin or how to describe what's been happening, but I live in this small town, and we're about 25 minutes from cities going north, west, and south. And there's a mountain in the east. Since COVID, me and my roommates have been taking to going on drives through the woods that surround our town. There's not really much to do in our town anyways, and we still try to avoid people as much as possible, face masks and all that. So we prefer to just explore roads and such and look at wildlife. So we know all these roads extremely well and drive them constantly. And now, several times while driving at night, through a particular area we have strange things happening to us. Strange things that we have absolutely no way to explain. As of tonight, we had decided to decide if these incidents had some sort of explanation. Nothing makes sense. About a week ago was the first large incident. We were driving our usual route. We were driving through the woods, and suddenly on the side of the road there was this huge crate, about the size of an elk, with fur that looked bearish, but it moved almost like a car and was skinny and long. It scared the shit out of us. We sped down the road to try to make some distance between us and it, even though it seemed kind of too large to ignore our car. The speed on this particular road is 25. So at this point we were largely scared, so we decided that we'd probably just head home. We had to be back home around 10 to go to sleep for work in the morning, and it was only 7:03. But we were running low on gas, and we were closer to one of the larger cities than our town, so we decided to head towards there. Because from where we were, it should only be about 10 minutes. We were driving about 3 minutes in when suddenly we all just felt wrong. Something was off, but no one could tell what. But we continued on to the gas station, arriving at what should have been about 7:20. But as we were getting gas, we checked our phones. Somehow, it is now 9:47, and absolutely no one could account for the time. There was no way the gas that we had just had possibly driven for 2 hours on. And we needed to be home, but I don't like the speed, especially at night, so we decided we'd just get home late. We called our other roommate and let them know that we were running late, and they gave us shit for being out so long. But that's beside the point. So we head back toward the town, which would take as long as you'd expect it to take, about 25 minutes, like I said before. And that's about what the drive felt like, too. About 15 minutes into the drive back on the side of the road again, there's this huge creature, this time standing up on its hind legs, at least 10 feet tall. I just fucking swerve around it and then speed like hell towards home. This is now on a separate road. So we then pull up to our house and head in, and our roommates are freaking out and ask us how we got here in town. Or rather, asks us if we got gas here in town. And we were like, no, the city, like we said. Staring at us weird. We looked at the clock and it was 9:53. We were inside our house. Made no sense. First we lost 2 hours and now we make a 25-minute drive in 5 minutes with my slow-ass driving. In my shitty car that can't go over 50? Couldn't explain it. We went over everything from a time anomaly to alien abduction to witchcraft. We're just at a complete loss. So we avoided going on drives for a bit because we're just worried about what the absolute hell's going on. We eventually broke down and went into the woods again, tonight. And I honestly am terrified to my wit's end. Can't sleep. Nothing fucking out of the ordinary, just driving sorry. But we were passing familiar fences about 2 minutes from our town, and then suddenly I start having a horrible headache. My roommate was just talking, just stood, and everything got fuzzy, and we both closed our eyes, and suddenly the road was wrong. I had no idea where I was. I swerved in a panic, but regained myself and kept driving. We were both dumbfounded. She asked me where we were, and I had no answer. Then after about 30 seconds, a familiar street sign came by. We were suddenly entering a city that we had just been nowhere near. We had traveled around 50 miles in the blink of an eye. I literally cried. I have no idea how it happened. We immediately turned on the road home, and I refused to blink most of the way. When I did, I made sure that she was keeping her eyes open and on the road. I got home, and I just literally sit here in this attic. Here I am, posting this. Please, someone believe me and explain this. I'm terrified. Worst paranormal experience. Alright. This is an encounter I had with the spirit quite a few times. At the time of the series of events, I was a sophomore in high school. I have a friend who could drive. I couldn't at that time. He would drive me to this place on almost every weekend, and I would stay the night. He would drive me back on Sunday. He lives with his parents, but he has a man cave that he sleeps in, which is a giant shed that he made really cool. It was huge. It was like split in two. Half was a garage, and the other half was like a giant room. This is all separated from the main house with a pool in between. Also, just to put out there, that every time I start telling people about this story, I get very giddy, and sometimes I even shiver, and I'm not even cold. The end of the story is kind of sad, but here's how it went. It all started with my friend Cole. Really funny guy, but also a bit crazy. I really only talked to him during my lunch, and then after school on Xbox. He decided that I should hang out at his place over the weekend. And he said this pretty suddenly, and I agreed. So I went, and we had a blast. Nothing out of the ordinary with that visit. At some point in time, he did mention that all the friends that he had over usually say that they feel like they're being watched, and some have even said that they've been seeing figures in the windows of the shed. About 5 or so of our other friends have said that this shed had some sort of paranormal activity. But little did I know I would have the worst of it. He proposed that next time I come over I should bring an EMF and try to see if anything was there. I told him I had one from a ghost tour I took in Las Vegas a year before. I brought it, and little did I know, nothing. So I just told Cole that our friends are basically full of it. I go a third time, and this is when things start to paint the picture. This time we brought another friend of ours who has never really been to his place. The first sign of anything paranormal that I later confirmed was sometimes when I was playing the Xbox, it would randomly shut off. It was kind of weird since it only happened to me, but I thought nothing of it. Later that day, while me and the other two were just playing a game of pool, we hear an alarm go off outside of his house. We go to investigate. We find the source, and it was some sort of motion detector that was connected to his shed. It looked like it was wired to the wall, but also had a solar panel on it. The wire was cut off, but we assumed it was running on solar. We found it odd that this would start randomly going on and off throughout the rest of the night. We were woken up by the alarm in the morning. This is about the time I start to think that maybe this could be paranormal, but still, I brushed it off. Same thing with the alarm in the Xbox on this day. Next weekend I go again. This time it was happening way more often. Cole said that this was bizarre because it was happening, but I was there the weekend before it stopped on Sunday afternoon when he dropped me off at the house, and it never happened again during the week. I thought something had to be up. I actually have 2 videos of both of these occurrences on video on my old phone that I need to upload. But this weekend, shit got serious. This may sound crazy, but I propose that if there's a spirit here, can you turn on the Xbox? It did turn on. I was shocked. Chills went down my spine. My friend was a little unaffected. Thought that he had maybe a controller hidden behind his back, so I made him stand up in front of me and said, "Turn the Xbox off." Turned off. This is the moment that I knew there was something there. I decided to ask a series of questions. Turning the Xbox on or off would be yes, and doing nothing would be no. After a few questions or so, what I got out of it was whatever it was a male, and did not want me there. Supposedly, it did not want to harm me either. This time I only stay over for 1 day because I had a wrestling tournament I had to go to on Sunday. Me, being the dumbass I am, kept going over to his place. We had a lot of fun together. The next weekend I went, I would basically have that be my last. I refused to go back. At this point, Cole could be playing Xbox, and when he handed me the controller, just would immediately turn off. No matter how many times I tried to play, I just couldn't. It was around dawn, and shit just started hitting the fan. To this day, I don't know why, but Cole still believes that his shed isn't haunted. Every time he would leave me in the shed to go get something, I would sit still and silently freak out, hoping for him to get back soon. This is how bad I was freaked out. He was gone for only 5 minutes, and it felt like an eternity. I was sitting on the couch singing to myself and trying to calm myself down when the door sounded like it got hit by a battering ram. This happened a few times. I got up, ran to the corner of the room, and pulled out a pocket knife I had. I'd never been this scared in my life. It stopped, and then next, bag of chips fly off the table. I just sat down and started praying. No fucking joke. He eventually got back and saw me holding a knife sitting in the corner half sobbing. He was like, "What the fuck happened to you?" I told him about it, and for the rest of the time I was there, I refused to be in that room without him in it. Roughly an hour later, when I calmed down, the door started getting bashed again. Cole this time pulled his knife and went to the door. He opened it just as one of its slams. Just nothing was there. He then proceeded to go out and look all around, and I quickly followed, not wanting to be in the shed alone. We found nothing. Although we do see that there were dents in the outside of the door, when we get back inside, I'm questioning him, asking if he thinks if his shed is haunted. He still refused, thought that I was doing some prank bullshit. I was very concerned what the hell kind of drug is he on, and did not really think anything of this. Later, I used his shower. He has a bathroom in the shed, too. I get out, Cole's on the Xbox, and I'm getting dressed in the corner. Next thing I know, all the lights go out. I have a small panic attack and immediately bolt for the door, only wearing my underwear and a half-pulled-up pair of shorts. Cole comes out and asks me what the fuck did I do. Told him I was putting on clothes, which was obvious. I literally hold on to him like a little bitch while he maneuvers over to the breaker, while we only use a phone flashlight. Apparently, the spirit popped at the breaker. I was just so done at that point that I just asked him to drop me off at my house because he said no, because it was already midnight. Later, we watched YouTube and eventually just started looking at our phones. We were using the Xbox YouTube app. I shit you not, the screen started scrolling through videos until it found some weird puppet music video shit that got darker as the song went on. I had no idea what to be doing, knowing that something obviously doesn't want me there and I can't leave. I decided to pull up a message keyboard, and then the fucking square on the screen started moving over the letters to spell out, "Get out." I felt so powerless. Getting out was the only thing I wanted to do. Later in the night, right before I go to bed, Cole's sleeping at this time. I get up to get some water, hear a loud-ass hiss, and I bust my ass backwards. I said, fuck it, slept outside. 57 degrees out, and it was so much better than being scared shitless. Although I barely got any sleep. It was morning and I'm begging Cole to get my ass home. I wait in his truck while he gets his things. His truck is on the other side of the shed and separated by one big wall with 2 doors on each side. When he gets in the car, he starts yelling at me while I was banging on the 2 doors connected to each side of the shed. Note that the doors are at least 20 feet apart. He dropped me off, and sadly, since then we barely spoke. We were good friends, and even up to today, he believes that there was no paranormal activity, that it was me doing everything. Barely anyone I tell this to believes me. Most people say that I was just pranked or something like that. But I know damn well that that was real. I've had some minor paranormal encounters in the past, but this was the one that I will never forget. Anyway, that's the worst paranormal encounter I've ever gone through, and I hope some people who read this will believe me. That's the last story tonight, or morning or evening, or whenever you're checking this out. Till next time, see ya.